It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Going to be a beautiful day today. Right now, 62 degrees. Going to be in the mid-70s. Sunny all day.
Oh, nice.
Sunny all day tomorrow. High 70s. Sunny all day Saturday. Low 80s. And then the blast furnace is back on. 88 Sunday. Sunny. Sunny, Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Sunny, Sunny, Sunday. It's a British cover of Bono doing the Irish.
Yes.
You doing okay?
One of those fun Irish tunes.
Not so fun. Not a fun song.
There are none.
Sure there are.
No.
There's lots of them about being in pubs and stuff.
Yeah, but even that ends ugly.
Well, Tommy, it's if you want to improve your lot in life and have a good time all the time,
What do I do?
all you need to do is get super rich.
Okay.
Right? And I know that sounds like it might be difficult.
Yeah, for like all of us.
No. It turns out 1 in 3 Americans have a plan.
To get super rich?
1 in 3 Americans.
Where are they hiding?
1 in 3 Americans say currently they have a plan to strike it rich.
Okay. You and I had a plan. We're going to go into stand-up comedy and be on the Johnny Carson show.
Yeah, but I think we both knew we weren't going to get rich doing that.
But we kind of thought we were.
You speak for yourself because I saw your set.
All right. I saw your set.
Yeah, but mine was good. So I'll say that again just so it can sink in everybody's head. 1 in 3 Americans believe they have a plan to strike it rich.
Okay. All right.
And this doesn't have to do with playing the lottery.
No, it doesn't have to do with playing the lottery. In fact, we can break it down even further as to how they're going to get rich. For example, about 4 in 10 Americans who believe they have a plan to strike it rich think that they have a business idea, a business where they're going to...
Like an invention?
Invention, a service, business, whatever. 4 in 10 of those people believe they have a business they can do it, where the rest of those people believe they have a stock tip that is going to make them rich.
Oh, an
that's
investment.
Okay.
Yes, they're going to... So I guess that's
What
kind
are
of
they
like...
waiting for?
It's kind of like playing the lottery. I don't know. The right moment, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The funniest part of this might be the statistic I'm about to read you.
All right.
4 in 10 Americans say the reason that they're in the financial situation they're in, whatever it is because of financial luck that didn't go their way.
God damn it.
It's not that they're bad with
Like
money.
they took a chance on something?
So they got screwed by outside influence.
As far as they're concerned. Now,
Yeah.
I mean, it could
Okay.
be something like that,
Yeah.
Kimmy. It could be that they weren't at the right place at the right time. It could be that they feel like they're not being paid what they should be earning.
It's not their fault.
Exactly. 4 in 10 Americans believe the reason they're in the financial situation that they're in is because of outside circumstances, not something they themselves did.
Okay.
Do you believe that?
Oh, yeah. Like they
No, do you believe that what they're saying is true?
No, because you still made those decisions yourself.
Oh.
I'll give you 2 examples.
Okay.
I had a little bit of money when I left Winn-Dixie.
Ooh.
And I had a buddy that had an idea to loan another buddy some money.
Okay.
Now, what should you never do with money?
Loan it to a buddy?
Did that.
Okay, all right.
Took me 4 years to get my money back.
But you got it back.
Barely and no interest.
Okay,
so
well-
I basically gave somebody an interest-free
Yeah.
loan for 4 years and I had to wait on the money,
Well,
which
that was
I
nice of you.
desperately needed. No, it
Okay.
was stupid.
Okay.
Second time, my brother, who's rich, had this stock tip. Yeah, I'm in. Did no research. I figured my brother did all the research, right?
Sure, yeah.
It was this Chinese cellular company.
Okay.
But he found this thing inside.
Ooh.
I give him 3G.
Wow.
You know how much money I had in the bank at that time?
How much?
No G's. I wrote a home equity line of credit to him for 3G.
Wow.
Borrowed money to invest in the
I'll buy my
market?
house.
Damn.
Are
To
you
give
an
to my
idiot?
brother because it couldn't miss.
Are you an idiot?
It couldn't miss.
Uh-huh.
So I'm
And
back
then?
on the show, and I'm talking about it, right?
Yeah.
And everybody goes, well, what's the tip? What's the tip? And I say the name of the company. And somebody in the room goes on the internet, this is before Google, goes, hey, man, do you know they've given out like a jillion of these stocks, which makes them worthless?
Yeah.
Like everybody in China had this stock. Like,
Are there a
even
lot
if
of
it
people?
hit, you were going to get like a penny. So, like, I just flushed $3,000 that I borrowed off of my house
Yeah.
on my brother's stock tip. And it's my fault because I did no research, just going, well, you're rich. Here's my money.
Okay, in your case, yes, both of those things are your fault.
But it's my fault. But like most people would go, well, you know, I got screwed. But even though you didn't do your research.
Okay, but there are people that legitimately have bad luck with
True.
money.
But
right?
a lot of times you just don't, you just think you're going to, you just throw money because you don't know what
It's
you're
a
doing.
risk you knew you were taking.
I
kind of
don't
thing.
know what I'm doing. I don't know. I literally made a mistake in my head while I knew this was dumb giving that guy money, a friend, while I gave it to him. And I didn't have it to give.
Okay. So then just to recap everything you said there. You don't believe 1 in 3 Americans have the ability to strike it rich with the idea that they have right now.
Of course not.
Okay.
Because you don't know what you're doing.
Well, but there are lots of people that don't know what they're doing that somehow manage to strike it rich. You don't
who?
think so, bro? What do you mean, who? I could sit and name 5 different folks that were like the toast of the town because of some invention they had, and they have just slowly destroyed their careers because their actual intelligence started to show when they opened their mouths. I mean, bro, we could sit here the rest of the show and start naming companies that completely blew themselves up.
But think
I
if
feel
you
like-
have it I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I feel like the show Shark Tank also gives people that idea of if I just come up with something simple, like some kind of simple invention or service that people need, I'm going to be rich. Because look at what that guy came up with. How did I not think of that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm slowly finding out that these experts ain't so expert.
No, I think that's as dumb as that sounded. That's a fair statement.
Shark Tank passed on the door cam. Like, the thing that made $1 bazillion that's on everybody's door.
Yeah.
They all looked at it and go, are you nuts? And now it's like everybody's got to have it.
Yeah, but every company
That's
has
like passing
that
on
story.
Coca-Cola.
Okay, but like Warren Buffett, for example, is one of the richest men in the world.
Right.
One of the most successful business minds.
But this is all he does.
I understand. Even he admits that he's passed on brilliant ideas.
Sure.
Right? Like, look, passing on an idea every once in a while that's going to make you $1 gajillion that you couldn't see the potential in. I don't think that makes you dumb. Right? I think that there are lots of people out there who had an idea and they were in the right place at the right time. And look, they worked hard and they had a smart plan for this specific thing.
Involve the right people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But like guys like you tend to make this mistake.
What's up?
That when you think somebody is good at one thing, that they're smart with everything.
Yes.
And that is 1,000% not true. Because we've seen.
Well, that's the point I was making with my brother.
Okay, but you made that point with your brother, and then right after that, you went against your own point with your next sentence.
Which was?
Find me one guy that's had a brilliant idea that got rich that wasn't smart.
Well, think of people's ideas, right? And think of how many people have brilliant ideas.
Okay.
What percentage of the population think has the next brilliant idea
Okay, I'm going to make a statement.
that can make money?
I'm going to make a statement.
But you don't know. I think a lot of people's mentality is you don't know until you put it out there, or you
That's
don't
true.
know until you invest.
You got to
in
have
it.
balls and put it
Yeah.
out there.
I think that the majority of human beings have a brilliant idea that could make them $1 million. You brought up the balls to having to put it out there. You brought up the ability to produce this thing and bring it to somebody. The connections you would need to make this thing
To
happen.
market it, sell it.
The
All
debt
of
you're
these
willing to
things.
go into to
That
make it happen.
And
yeah.
the time and the place
Yeah.
which you are in history and in the world for people to find it.
Right.
I really do think that most people have an idea that could make them $1 million. And when you see people be like, oh, man, I had that idea years ago, I don't think they're lying. I mean, I had an idea for a cell phone that could play videos when I was like 5. I could have been a gajillionaire. No, I think you're underestimating the creativity of the average person.
Yeah, I ain't saying it.
Okay.
I ain't saying it.
All right. No, I just.
Well, you have faith in humanity. I'm not that crazy about humans.
It's not even about faith in humanity. It's about the little things that are hard for us on a daily basis that we come up with, the workarounds we come up with. Like, think about something you did to make your life easier in the last couple of years.
I got divorced.
But that's an idea.
Oh, shit, that's an idea. I can sell divorce. Tommy's Divorce Clinic. I should be Uncle Tommy's Divorce Clinic and meet me in the men's room.
Why would I go there? You've been divorced. I want no divorce men's room. Give me a married man in that men's room kiosk. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. 1 in 3 Americans say they have a plan to strike it rich.
Gonna hit.
Yep. The majority of that are businesses and services. The rest of those people say they have a stock tip that they're sure is going to
So
hit.
everybody has basically, it's a get-rich-quick scheme in their head, which is basically what that is.
No, because a get-rich quick scheme is a scheme.
But I'm saying, like, they think they got, or they don't, like if you want to have money, you're going to have to save your money for like 35, 40 years. Let it build up. That's how most people build up any kind of wealth.
Yeah, Stan.
Right?
Yeah.
This is skipping that line. You wanna get a stock tip. You want to get an idea and hit it quick.
Okay, but
so you can start living.
Okay, but there's a difference between because you're making it sound like cheating because there are people
Not cheating.
No.
You're just trying to take the easy way out.
No, see, that's what I mean. Like
Not cheating.
Starting a business is not the easy way out. That's the hard way to do it.
But you're trying to come up with an idea to make money quickly. over a period of 40. If you have a business plan, I'm going to open up this business, and then the payoff's not going to be for 40 years.
Okay.
That's not what most people are thinking.
Okay.
You're trying to get money quickly.
But everybody's trying to get money for nothing and their chicks for free.
I get it. That would be a great tune.
See, I came up with that idea. Turns out somebody already had it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. When I say that everybody has $1 million idea, I mean
they're
everybody.
gonna come rolling in.
Well, no, I mean, like this guy, he's a pretty smart guy.
Okay.
Right?
He
He might succeed in the business world.
He's going to hit.
Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Well, pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
What's your $1 million idea, Ben?
All right. First off, I'll admit I absolutely suck with my money. All right. So my idea is, I don't know how many jobs you guys have applied to, but the biggest pain in the ass for applying to jobs for me is trying to figure out where I worked, when I worked, and how long all that.
Okay, your
crap.
job history.
So,
Yeah.
Why can't they just make a system where you give them your social security number and literally every job you've worked at, because everybody has a social security number at every job you've worked at, that just pulls every job you worked at, and then boom, they have your work history.
It's not a terrible idea.
Don't they just call that identity theft?
I mean, look,
I think it's already out there, kind of.
He's right. People would have to trust you enough to give them
Here's
your
my
social
security card, because I can't remember where I worked 4 years ago. You moron.
Well, no, but it's time. What years did you work Winn-Dixie? Go.
So I started in 1975, and I was done in 1988.
Name your first boss.
Oh, gym leader.
Name your last boss.
Oh, Larry Petrowski.
How can I look you in the face and say something, and you look me back 30 seconds later and repeat the thing I said like I didn't say it, and you're going to give me all this information?
Now here's my social security.
No, but see what Ben has here. And Ben, I was ready to make fun of you. I don't hate that idea. Ben has something that bothers him on a daily basis, right? Because he's always applying a job.
That he just told to everybody.
I can't hold on to a job.
Well, see, my problem is like I worked at places for like 2 months here and there, or not even like maybe 6 months. But like my memory as far as jobs go just absolutely sucks. Like I know I've worked places, I just don't remember the dates.
All right, well, Ben, go get working on that $1 million idea so you have something better to do than call our show every day, all right?
I know. It's such a waste of time. Anyway,
No,
have a
Ben,
good one,
you're
guys.
great. Bye, Ben.
We love you.
Bye, Ben.
You're the best, buddy.
See, you think Ben's an idiot. That wasn't a bad idea.
Yeah. Basically, it's an app to show that you can't hold on to a job and you have no memory. Yeah, hire that boy. I can't remember what I did 2 months ago.
They wouldn't know that you used the app. I love how he makes fun of it. I bring him a point and he just, I don't have a response. It would be like using AI to write your resume, which people are doing now.
Well, then it already exists.
Then it's already, no, it's not that.
It's already out there.
No,
What am I-
It still would have to know that information.
It's
explain to me new technology that just showed up.
No, you idiot. You can use AI to help write your resume.
Right.
AI would not give you the ability to put your social security number
I
in.
don't know that. How do you know that?
Give you.
Maybe it does.
It doesn't.
Oh, you've I didn't know you studied AI that close.
Study AI.
You went to AI club.
Oh my God. 252.
Wait, were you in AI club in high school?
252 WCMF. 252
It's Technopat.
Hey Ben, when you come up with that technology, let me know so I can get a new job now.
I tell you what, if he hits, I will kiss his
God, I
hairy,
hope this happens.
spotty, fat ass on Main Street Saturday afternoon.
I'm marking this, saving it for Ben for later.
Everybody listening needs to help Ben make this
Yes.
idea happen, just for the video.
Go fund Ben.
Go for Ben. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, 1 in 3 Americans believe they have an idea that will make them rich. They're just waiting on it.
All right.
Joe's on CMF. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. So, Duffy, back when COVID hit, all my savings and thrift are through my job. Everything I have goes through them for my retirement.
Okay.
But I took $1,000 and I decided I wanted to play around on Robinhood just for something to do online.
So for those, just Joe, give me a quick 10-second synopsis of Robinhood because there are people that don't know what it is.
So Robinhood is it's a stock market you can play on your phone, pretty much is what it is. It gives you something to do on your phone with your app.
Thank you.
All right. But you're putting legitimate money in this.
Oh,
thing.
yeah, it's real money.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Connected to the stock market, whole 9 yards. So
Perfect.
I took $1,000 and I bought a stock for 32 cents. So I had about 3,200 shares. Out of nowhere, this Chinese company had a vaccine for COVID, but they needed a U.S. company to get on the stock market, to get on the exchange. don't they go and use this company that I bought for 32 cents? They went up to $18.75 a share, Duff.
So how much did you make?
What'd you
Sorry,
make?
I wish I could remember the damn name, and I can't.
What'd you make?
But I sold them at $6 because I was excited. I'm like, God, that's a great return. It went up to $18.75. If I'd have held, that grand would have been $90,000.
Oh,
Wow.
You were so dumb.
but you still made what? 15, 20 grand?
Yeah, still a nice return, but still,
Nice.
I kick myself every day. But you know what? My grandfather always taught me: no one will shame you for taking a profit.
Can't go broke making a profit.
A
But
really
that's how
dumb
money
drunk
is
man said
today.
that.
There was the opportunity though to hit a gold mine and get rich real fast.
But here's the thing. Like, okay, Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it. Enjoy
Yeah,
your 15, 20 grand.
Wow.
But, we said a second ago, 4 in 10 Americans believe the financial situation they're in is because of bad money luck.
Yeah.
What Joe described there, right? He lucks out, just randomly
Yeah,
picking a
yeah.
stock,
He
right?
did- but he
Not
took
a
a shot.
bad situation.
It goes
Swung
up.
for the fences, baby.
He's kicking himself for getting out at 6 when it went up to 18 and a half.
Yeah.
Is that bad luck or is that his stupidity?
I mean, it's the.
Ah!
It's not stupidity. That
Right.
he made money.
So
That's
it's
what I
bad luck.
mean.
That he didn't make. That he made 15, not 90.
Well, it's not even luck. It's a Well, you're gambling, so yeah.
So
I
luck.
mean,
So it's
yeah.
bad luck.
All right.
Oh, so everything.
Well, it's not really bad luck. You can't say it's bad luck if you put $6,000
Right.
in your
You
pocket,
Still hit.
right?
Just
For
not for as
1,000,
much.
like that's a hell of a return on your money, pretty quick.
Oh, he said 15 to 20.
What?
He made a third of $90,000.
Right, but that's a really good. But he really made a lot of. He only put in what? What did he say?
He put in a grand, and he pulled out
$1,000.
15 to $20,000.
Yeah, that's huge.
No, that's what I'm saying. But he could have had 90.
Okay.
That's not bad luck.
No, I don't. I don't think if you make a profit like that, that you can call that bad luck.
Okay, so the guy that
Because you could have stayed in and it tanked.
Okay, so the guy that Apple was started by Bill Gates. Was it Wozniak was one of them, and then there was another guy who was in there. And a month in or whatever, the third guy sold his stock for like what $3,000.
Nice.
Okay.
So he put
And
3 G's in his pocket.
He did, and then Apple is worth more money than God has now.
Yeah.
So-
you wouldn't want the headaches.
Yeah. Or what did I say? Microsoft, whatever
Oh, yeah,
it was. I'm
whatever.
sorry. So that guy, he didn't have bad luck because he made a profit. He walked away with a profit.
Yeah. Yeah. Screw those guys. Those guys. You know what? He got the money. They got all the headaches.
I hear you, buddy. We got
I wouldn't want the upkeep.
We got a dynamite. Listen to a man with no money tell you about money. Cut a break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, time to bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Leader coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also after 7, Bill's camp is here. But high school football is right around the corner.
Oh.
Yep. Practices, double, triple sessions start in like a week or two. And there is a gentleman who is excited because his son has decided he wants to play football.
Okay.
And that has become a problem
Yeah.
because the kid's mother does not want him to play football.
I could say that.
And it has led to this issue between this father and mother. Now, I don't believe they are together anymore, which makes this more complicated.
All right.
But it all comes down to when mom says no, is there a leg to stand on for anybody?
Yeah.
We'll get. I don't know what that was.
You know what that is. Bad, bro.
So we'll get to that and a whole bunch more here in the break room on CMF. But first, Tommy, like we said, Bill's training camp is open.
Yeah.
And first practice of the year was yesterday. The first opportunity, really, to talk to the players that were coming in.
Yeah.
Josh Allen did his first training camp press conference, and there isn't much to say about the first day of practice. But there was something he shared, Kimmy, about what he did the night before.
And we know that he's into this kind of stuff.
Well, I don't know how many people know. I know we know because we're close to it.
I thought he talks about it all the time.
He does, but you also have to watch the entire press conference to hear
Okay.
him say it. You have an idea of what an NFL quarterback does, looks like, has spare time doing.
Okay.
And this is not one of those things. Is our quarterback a nerd?
Man, have times changed.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You have an idea of what an NFL quarterback is supposed to be.
Yeah.
What they look like, how they handle themselves, what they're into off the field. And for our guy, those first two things match up perfectly.
Oh.
It's that last part about Josh Allen, what you think he'd be into. It's a bit of a head scratcher.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45.
What happened?
There is a woman in trouble from based on a situation she allegedly got herself into at a place you frequent every single day.
Uh-oh.
And I get that most people would never do what she's accused of doing, but you're lying if you say you've never thought about
All right,
it.
it's been in my head.
Oh yeah.
All right.
We'll tell you what she allegedly did just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Bills camp officially kicked off yesterday, and the center of the Bills Mafia universe was, as expected, Josh Allen.
Sure.
I mean, the guy's a rock star, walking around the Fisher campus, right? He plays the role well in every aspect, except for one.
What's up?
So Josh had his first press conference at camp yesterday. And before they got into like the actual football stuff, somebody asked him, being back at Fisher, what did you guys do last night before practice started? This was Josh Allen's response.
I love camp. I think we all know that. It's my favorite time of the year. Get to hang with the boys in the dorm rooms, play card games. I won the inaugural Catan game last night against Dawson, Dalton, and Spencer, so make sure you let them know that. It was pretty sweet win.
So Tommy,
what is that?
So when he says, quote, beat the boys in Catan, he's referring to the game Settlers of Catan.
Never heard of it.
So for those who don't know what that is,
It's an older game, right?
It's been around for a little while.
Yeah.
I mean, but you try and build settlements while trading with opponents to try and acquire resources. Think like, you remember Risk?
Yeah, so you're building like empires?
Kind of, but without the war. Like it seems like Risk without the war.
Okay.
252 WCMF 252-9263 if I got that wrong, because I'm not a giant nerd, so I don't know what that is.
So this is nerd cards.
It seems like nerds, Kimmy. Is this nerds? Seems like nerds.
Okay, I want to say yes, but I also feel like some nerd activities right now are cool.
Okay.
So I don't know where this falls. I'm not familiar.
So for like the last 5 years, Josh and a bunch of Bills players have gotten super into Settlers of Catan.
Okay.
Kimmy, is our quarterback a nerd?
Yes, but I kind of feel like this is a thing now. Like, I think there are a lot of nerdy professional athletes that really embrace it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like maybe it's just because we're learning more about like what a lot of these guys do in like their downtime.
All right.
But I don't think it's uncommon to see it.
Okay, but Josh playing Settlers of Catan does not fit the traditional quarterback off the field stigma.
Not even close, man.
I mean, think to, in the past, Jim Kelly and his hard partying ways.
Running wide open all the time.
Doug Flutie showing up to training camp on a lime green Viper.
Yes.
Right? Like Namath, his fur coat, Brady, his Miami lifestyle. Like, that's what you expect from a top 3 NFL quarterback superstar.
Even Mahomes looks like he parties.
Yeah.
Does he?
Yeah.
Kind of does.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
he
parties.
is out. You see him out every once
But
in a
he's
while.
kind of a nerd too in
What
a
is
lot
he?
of ways.
Does he play Settlers of Catan?
I don't know.
No, he
maybe.
looks like he enjoys his off time. Like, even when they did those celebrity golf things, he took a harsh turn and all the beer fell out of his cart. Like, he had to stop and get all his Coors back in his cart.
I mean, Kimmy,
I just don't think. I mean, I think.
He's a good
of course,
boy.
you're always going to have like the crazy partiers and guys that go nuts in the off season. But I think like today, the average athlete today, like. They're not as like wild and crazy. They all have like these weird hobbies that they do where they play video games or like I don't know, like they're just not out there as much drinking and partying. And I don't know if that's because they're taking their like training more seriously or what. And like I said, don't get me wrong, there are always going to be those guys out there partying. But I don't think it's as crazy as it used to be.
Do you remember when Jim Kelly was with the Houston Gamblers? Budweiser gave him a year's supply of Budweiser up front. And he had to call within a month because they drank it.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I've heard that story multiple times. Every time from you.
Yeah. No, he told it on the air.
All right, I'm just asking. I'm asking a question.
Are you calling Jim a liar?
No, I'm calling you a liar. That's what I'm calling. And by the way, that probably it's totally not even the story. You heard it one way one time and have just been repeating it wrong for 100 years.
You think he couldn't go through that?
No, I'm not saying.
I mean,
it's
those
out of the
guys
question.
party.
I'm not saying it's out of the question. Yes. All right. So with that,
Here's the thing: is I think those guys are more relatable than this.
Oh, you think so?
Well, because guys drink, they like to hang out, they want to play cards, they want to know you're having some fun. They want to know you're a regular guy. This doesn't sound like a regular guy to me. The guy that plays nerd cards in his How old is he?
28, 29.
Yeah, that's kind of old to be playing nerd cards.
Okay, but I'll counterpoint that. Like,
I mean, he's buttoned up and he's a good boy. My wife loves this stuff.
I'll counterpoint. Now, I get where you're coming from with the relatability, but like when you want to talk about relatability, I will never be able to drive a lime green Viper in a training camp. I'm not going to have a condo in Miami where I'm going out every night like Tom Brady. I'm not going to be able to.
But if I had that money, that's what I'd be doing.
You think you would, but you wouldn't because your wife would stop you from doing it.
But let me live the fantasy.
But that's what I mean. It's not relatable. It's a fantasy, and I think that's the difference.
Fantasies are even more relatable than real life.
Are they? Because
fantasies are in my head. I created them.
But here's the thing.
What?
Right? We just had a discussion off mic about a guy who you'd fantasize to be, and he got something more. We're going to talk about this tomorrow, right? And you hated him for it. So, like, when you sit here and go, I think we relate more to the fantasy, I disagree with you. As much as it's weird that our QB, Josh Allen, might be a giant nerd, I think he is more relatable because of that stuff.
Man.
He goes out and he plays golf.
It's boring.
He has to go on trips with his girlfriend.
But he's boring.
Yeah, but most people are boring.
Yeah, but I don't want to watch that.
You watch serial killer documentaries every night
Nothing
before you
boring
go to
about
bed.
those boys.
They're all the
They
same
take
story.
care of business.
They are all the same
They have
story.
a plan and they execute it well.
Nobody saw it coming, and then he murdered them, and then they couldn't find him, and then they found him.
I do
because
find,
he ate them.
even if I find like the current, like the average quarterback now,
Yeah.
maybe they're not a nerd, but they're all into like something weird.
I don't know, like Joe
Well, they're
Burrow
also
and-
under a lot more strict control from the league.
They're into like they're super into like fashion, or they go on weird darkness trips, or
Okay, I don't think you can put
Or-
you can't put Aaron Rodgers
But he's a
into
weirdo.
anything. Oh, yeah, but he's
I mean,
he's
but
like
I think like
the
all
weirdo
these
of
guys
weirdos.
have some kind of like weird thing that they're into. But they'll openly talk about, like, they're very proud of. I mean, like Cam Newton, he loved, like, he was a vegan. He loved fashion. Like, he just, like, I think, like, these guys are just a little bit different than quarterbacks of the past.
Why don't you give me the New York Yankees from the 1950s? They were all alcoholics jacked up on amphetamines. And they won many championships.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Yesterday in Josh Allen's first press conference at training camp, he said that the night before, he and the boys, a couple of his teammates there, he won the first game of Catan, Settlers of Catan. It's a card game, nerdy-ass card game as far as we're concerned, although it's not our world, like Kimmy said. Have board games moved out of the realm of nerd into the realm of regular pop culture?
I know none of us in this room are board game people, but I do know so many people that love game night, love board games, love card
Why?
games.
I thought your generation was going to help end
No, I think
board
it's ramped
games.
up.
I'm out. No, I'm out. I mean, I did
No,
my
but
job.
you people, you as a people,
What do you mean you as a people? What do you mean you people?
you got more board games. You came up with more board games.
I didn't do nothing. I've been sitting here the whole time. Look.
I mean, I've gone to multiple bars that just have walls of board games that
and
people.
they got board game night
Yeah.
at the bar.
You're
It's
at
weird.
a bar.
But look, you and me, Tommy, we have an idea of what a man who plays board games looks like.
Dork.
Right? Yeah, they keep to themselves. They dress a certain way, right?
We know guys. The guys that we know that do it fit the bill.
100%. But board games today are like $1 billion business. For example, Millennium Games in Henrietta, if I'm not mistaken, is the world's biggest board and card game store. Like, period.
Wow.
Right? We talked about this on the show when they opened up their new location. It's like the biggest in the world.
Yeah.
That business couldn't survive just making money off of nerds.
Okay.
That tells me
Well,
that
nerds and kids and
nerds and kids.
yeah.
No, man. Like, for you to have that kind of space and sell that kind of product and make that kind of money, it means this has to be way more
Yeah.
mainstream than we think.
Do your daughters like board games?
No,
Like,
but that's my influence. I have made
Good.
sure.
That's
Like,
great. This is what we need.
No, I do feel bad. Like, my youngest,
you've deprived them.
she went through a phase where she wanted to play board games.
No Candyland.
I just pretended like I couldn't hear her.
Burn the boards.
For the boards.
Burn the boards. Burn, baby, burn.
But let me ask you.
What?
Let's say you went to a buddy's house, a buddy that you really like,
Oh, this has happened.
and he pulled out Settlers of Catan.
We leave. I pulled it many times. So I remember went to a New Year's Eve party,
Yeah.
gonna hang out and just have some drinks and stuff. They started breaking out the games, and I'm like, oh God, is it 9:00? We left. I got to get out of there.
Yeah.
Like if I
Because if you get sucked in too, you can't just quit mid-game. You're
Oh, no,
stuck
see,
now.
I will, though. I will quit. I don't care if it ruins your game. I'm going
All
home.
right.
So I went down to see my brother. We got an Airbnb, and some of the kids were coming down. So when we got into the Airbnb, the first thing you know, I'm looking around. They had board games.
Yeah.
I hit them.
Smart move.
I took them out and I buried them in the back bedroom up top. It was like the first thing I did because I know my wife and the kids were going to want to do this. I'm
Yeah.
like, you're in Florida.
I know.
Get outside. Go to the beach. You want to sit here and play because I want to play a game at night.
No, I know, bro. I've been there.
So I invented my own game.
What's it called?
Find the board game.
I mean, look, going back to the whole Josh Allen thing
Yeah.
and these, board games and card games becoming more mainstream. This is more of a positive than a negative.
Oh,
right?
listen. Obviously, it's great for him and the boys. They're not getting into trouble and with the booze and the ladies.
And I think it also fits his MO, right? Like, I mean,
He's a big kid.
He's a giant kid.
Yeah.
And I think that's why we love him so much, right?
Yes,
So,
it fits his image.
But it is still weird that, arguably the best quarterback in the NFL is not going out to clubs. He's playing board games with his buddies.
He's Mr. Clean.
Yeah.
Do you think the guys he played with are like, oh man, he's bringing out the board again?
100%. Yeah, because if you're
Oh,
Dawson
crap.
Knox, if
I
you're-
gotta play.
Dawson Knox does not look like a board game guy.
But bro, if you want targets, you got to do what your
Yeah,
quarterback wants to
yeah.
do.
All right.
So Keon Coleman, he's the the rookie wide receiver.
Yeah, the
Zero.
real funny guy.
Yeah. So he was doing an interview the other day, and they were talking about the guy was asking him, "How do you relate with Josh Allen?" He's in the back of a car. They're doing this interview, and he goes, "Keon just started playing golf, but he's not good at it." And he talks about how good Josh is at golf, and he's like, "Yeah, we can't relate that way. I'm not going to go out and play with him and get embarrassed. I don't know. We can go like take a walk down by a river or something, but I can't." But like, if you want those targets and your quarterback wants to play Settlers of
Better
Catan,
start swinging.
hey, get your ass down there.
Okay.
Tommy, this woman is in trouble for doing something that is obviously illegal.
Yeah.
Although on the scale of how illegal, it's pretty low there. You would have to know at some point someone's going to step in and say, hey, you got to come with me.
Okay.
But there would probably be a little while before they did.
Oh.
And I think everybody is lying if they try to say they've never thought about if they could get away with this when they go to the grocery store.
So she pulled a move.
Oh, she definitely pulled a move according to police. We'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You're lying if you say you've never thought about doing it.
Oh.
You serve yourself the food.
Mm-hmm.
You take it, you weigh it, you pay afterwards.
Right.
But when you're loading in that container,
Yeah.
it's just you, Jesus, and that pasta salad. They're not always looking at you.
Yeah, true.
Right? And there has to be an amount that I could swallow before they before they decide to make an issue out of it.
Oh, my God.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you, and Dad is excited because his son is all in on football.
Okay.
First time ever in his life. And it's something that a lot of fathers would be super excited about. The problem is, Mom.
Yeah.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from
Where's that?
Pittsburgh.
Ooh, the big house.
More specifically, the Pittsburgh Wegmans. Authorities say a 52-year-old woman
52?
entered the store, selected and consumed $17.34 worth of fried chicken.
Oh.
So that's over a pound of fried chicken?
I don't know.
I feel like that price hit you quicker than you think it's gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be $10 a pound. It could be $20 a pound. That could be less. Oh, okay.
Right.
Anyway, but
So
she
she ate her some chicken.
she ate $17.34 worth of fried chicken.
And when's standing up?
Well, see, we don't know. And then it says tried to leave the points of sale without paying for it. She was stopped, arrested. She has a court date coming up. So this had to be the prepared foods bar, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
right.
that's what I would think.
Well, she ain't gnawing on raw chicken.
Or she grabbed.
Well, you could get those the ones that you're supposed to heat up. You know what I'm talking
yeah,
about?
yeah.
Could be that, but they also sell them in. They also sell them in like hot meals too, right?
True.
Okay, doesn't matter. The bottom line is this: what I love about this story,
What's that?
they do make it sound, Tommy, like she was eating in the prepared food section, right?
Yeah.
Standing up, eating her fried chicken.
Right.
Because it clearly says she grabbed, consumed, and then tried to leave the points of payment. So this woman could have been gnawing on her chicken, walking around the rest of the food, thinking she'd be able to get out of there without anyone else
Like
noticing.
she's the king of England sitting in a throne, listening to everybody's problems, gnawing on chicken.
Now, look, it is easy to criticize this woman if the allegations are true, right? What she did, if allegations are true, obviously illegal. But I will say this.
Mary full of chicken.
Let he who is sinless cast the first stone.
Oh.
Because you are lying to yourself. If you try and tell me you've never considered how much prepared food you could eat without paying before they would come and say something to you. Hasn't everybody wrestled with that demon in their head at some point in their life?
I guess so. But I mean, I can see like picking at it, you know? Like, you know, let's say you made a salad or something. It's like sitting there and you pull something off before you weigh it or something. But like to eat a whole goddamn hen while you're walking around is pretty damn ballsy.
No, we didn't know she ate we don't know if she ate a whole hen. She could have just eaten a pound of chicken. What's a pound of fried chicken go for prepared food?
Can't be no $17
It
a
might,
pound.
bro. Before COVID, it was like $11.99 a pound for that bar food stuff. It could be up to $18, $19 a pound.
But a pound's still a lot,
Of chicken?
isn't it?
Well, when you're doing it quickly like that, yeah.
When you're doing it
I would have,
quickly.
And we don't know if she did. She may have taken her time.
I don't think a pound of fried chicken. You got to think about the bones in there, Kimmy.
Right.
Okay.
Bones.
Pat
weigh-
always has his idea, thinking about them bones.
You do.
But here's the thing. Like I've always I think everybody's thought about it, but I also have never done it.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. People do this. I've seen people do this.
I'm surprised it doesn't happen more.
It happens more than you think. Like, they're not going to pull up a chair and a fork and start to eat the stuff at the hot bar while
No,
they're
but
around
you
them.
nibbling and walking.
Well, even more, I worked at the Wegmans prepared food section.
Yeah.
You know, I would watch people get a container, fill it with a little bit of stuff, eat it, throw the container out, and walk away.
Oh, is it just straight up
Yeah,
rip?
and these weren't people that looked like they were struggling.
Right.
These were like professional-looking people on their lunch break, like, and then they would,
Man, it's so dumb and arrogant. Because you're like, if you got a gig, you're gonna get in trouble if you got a gig.
well, but that's just it. There has to be a number.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be a number that Wegmans will allow to happen before they make an issue out
Maybe
of
it's
it.
a pound.
Is it? No, because a pound would be like $13, $14, $15 worth of food. That's a lot of money.
Well, maybe that's the once you hit that, is it 8 ounces?
I don't know. Kimmy, what do you think that number is?
Of how much you could eat.
How much prepared food can I eat before I get to the counter without Wegmans or Tops
guessing,
being
like,
like, excuse me, sir?
If it's a food where it's like in pieces, like like chicken. Like you could take a piece and
Okay.
eat it.
Yeah.
Maybe you could get away with that.
Can I
But
eat
I
one
doubt
thigh?
you're loading up like a plate and eating it.
I'm
It would
guessing
have to be something you could eat like one at a time.
like a potato wedge.
Yeah, something like
Ooh.
that.
It's so good. No, but you couldn't eat a thigh. I think would be harder to eat secretly than a wing. Like wing, you can almost like put it down your sleeve like it's an ace, right? And just like,
I see you thought of this.
but like a thigh, that's a two-hander.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like you can't. It's hard to eat a thigh with one hand and get the leverage you need to get all the meat off the bone.
All right.
You know that's true.
No thigh.
NASA has studied this. 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this woman at the Pittsford Wegmans, 52 years old. Authorities say she entered the store, selected and consumed $17.34 worth of fried chicken, and then tried to leave the store, passing points of payment. It sounds like, if the allegations are true, she just started grabbing stuff at the hot food bar and eating it without paying for it. So you admit you've had these intrusive thoughts.
I think everybody has because the food looks delicious. It's just sitting there.
Kimmy, are you willing to admit you've had these intrusive thoughts?
Oh yeah. Again, especially as a kid, and watching your dad go through the bulk candy section of a store, you just think you're supposed to test it and make sure it's good.
It is weird how like we like nobody has a problem when the bulk candy section. We talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Like when it existed, that to take an extra candy and eat it without paying for
Right.
it. But like there does seem to be this recoil on the hot food bar for some reason. It's the same thing.
True.
It's the same thing.
Well, I guess it's a little bit more arrogant when it's an actual hot food.
Why? Why?
Because it's like a meatball. It's an egg roll.
You need like silverware for it.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, because you're gonna. It's. I guess it's large. A piece of candy is one thing.
Yeah.
Like to eat an egg roll. Because
Well,
they always have those. They always have those. And
You're
they-
gonna
but
make a mess.
When they put the Asian food out, they always have those egg rolls and spring rolls.
Sure,
out there,
yeah.
and they smell phenomenal. Mm-hmm. And to like arrogantly like get the dipping sauce and eat
well,
and
no.
walk
See,
around.
but that's just it.
You
Like,
eating and dipping.
You can't dip and eat. Like if you're gonna try and grab an egg
Yeah.
roll, you got to sacrifice a dip.
Right. You're not going to
Maybe.
eat it the way you want to eat it.
You know, folks that want to do this, eat off the hot food bar without paying for it, they can justify it in one easy way.
What's that?
I just want to know what it tastes like.
Yeah.
Right? Because the grocery stores that have the deli counters that will still sell you salad by the pound,
Yeah.
most of them, if you walk up to the counter,
Hand you a slice.
yeah, or they'll let you sample it. Yes,
Yeah.
right? Like I want to try the coleslaw.
And they do hand like some days they're giving you samples.
Sure,
and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah,
Here,
yeah.
taste this fish. Come buy it.
Exactly. But here's the thing. If they put something new out on the hot bar, there is no sample option. How do I know if I'm going to like this new item that you just put out?
I'm boxed in here, people. I got a taste.
And here's the thing. The price of the serve yourself hot bar does not allow me to roll the dice on a half pound of something. If I don't like it, well, I just spent a fortune and I'm stuck with it. If I do like it, well, I only got half a pound and I'm not going to go back through the line to buy more of it. That'll make me just look like a loser. So I'm just going to take a couple of
All
bites
right,
and see if I like it or not.
And hot food is so like what do you? Some of that hot food you really can't sample discreetly.
Can you give me an example?
Well, most of it, man.
Yeah,
Like most
right.
of the noodle dishes and like the side chicken and sauce that they have, because they have like some Indian food, some Asian food, some Italian food
yeah.
in there, but it's all in like liquid.
Yeah. Like
So,
think
like,
about picking up a meatball.
You got to harpoon that bastard and shove it in your face.
I think the meatball would be the easiest one to eat.
But it's always covered in, to your point,
Sauce.
I
Yeah.
mean, like it's hard not to make a mess.
You could do it in one felt swoop. Like if my pen is my fork, right? Like in
You stab it.
Gun.
That means you got to shove a whole
Yeah.
meatball in your mouth and walk around
I love-
with a hot meatball
Those
in your
things are
mouth.
not small.
No,
Okay.
and they're hot.
Oh,
Kimmy,
that too.
With your husband.
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't eat pasta.
No, it's very disappointing. But he
It-
would have a meatball.
Okay, but the majority of men have had a whole meatball in their mouth. Not in a hurry. Like that's how they decided to eat their meatball.
I would be really disturbed if I saw a woman shove a whole hot meatball in her mouth, chomp down on that thing, and do her shopping.
You'd be disturbed. I'd ask for a number. Come on, people. Come on. You never put a whole meatball in your mouth?
Not as a kid when I was stupid, but not as an adult.
You've
Yeah,
never.
because what if you shove it in there and you're like, oh no, this is hot. What are you
Yeah.
gonna do? You got to spit it into your
I'm not gonna
hand.
know.
I mean, if I'm eating spaghetti and meatballs, I cut the meatball.
Oh, do you like a sissy ass bitch?
Yes.
You cut your meatballs, you
Yeah,
bitch ass
you
bitch.
cut it in half, let some of the heat come out.
Yeah, you have to eat come out of your meatball.
Bro,
What?
how sloppy was it eating at your house growing up? Y'all shoving full balls in your mouth.
No, let me explain something to you. There were 4 kids, 2 parents. You know how my dad eats. You know how my brother eats, right?
Every man for himself.
It was. My sisters, they weren't too far behind.
So did your mom make busted poor people meatballs?
Like what?
Because I know y'all were big with Hamburger Helper. So did she make Hamburger Helper
why would you-
meatballs? Don't lie to me.
I'm not lying to you, but I'll tell you what.
How did she make her meatballs?
She burned them. She did that. Like
right.
they would be perfectly rounded. There's like one really dark spot on the bottom.
Okay.
No, but like she would make. There'd be like 9 meatballs for 6 people. So it's every man for themselves. And even if you left a meatball on your plate when you weren't looking.
Fair game.
Yeah, there was a fork coming in for that meatball. So I had to eat my meatballs, whole meatballs, as fast as I could.
Squalor meatballs.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Going back to that, how much could you take?
Yeah.
And, Blake writes, this woman is smarter than most of the shoplifters. They get arrested with food still in packages. At least she got to enjoy her chicken before she was arrested.
All right.
It's a great point.
So it's the last meal, really.
Well, until she gets out. It's probably just an appearance ticket.
But the last meal for a little while.
Okay, maybe.
A nice one.
Well, look, she got cuffed, but her hands were finger licking good. I mean, could we be dealing with a no tolerance policy from these hot food bars? Like anything that gets taken, they're going to pull you aside?
They may.
What if it's like a kid, though? Like what age, I guess?
Well, little
that's a
kid
good
don't
question.
Because if it's like let's say he's a 12-year-old kid, grabs a French fry or whatever. I mean,
I think it would look bad for the company.
Yeah, you don't want to like escort the parents out. Is that a bad look?
Okay, so what's the age where you start to care? Because you can't tell if a kid's 18. You just have to eyeball it.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So do you go into the 20s? Like if I were to go in today and grab one mozzarella stick and eat that mozzarella stick, would Wegmans charge you with petty larceny?
Yeah.
For
I mean,
one
you grabbed a
mozzarella stick?
whole you didn't. One thing is one little French fry. You're grabbing a whole mozzarella stick.
Well, there's not a smaller mozzarella stick. I'm not going to take a bite and put it back.
So you want to sample the mozzarella stick?
How else would I do it? How do I know I will like your mozzarella stick?
Well, yeah. What have you ever been disappointed in a mozzarella stick ever?
No.
No, but
The most base frozen mother, whatever her name is, Celeste.
Mama Celeste.
You're still gonna eat it, man. It's just fried cheese.
But what if this is the one mozzarella stick
Or
I
it's
am
cold
disappointed
middle.
by? I have been disappointed by mozzarella triangles.
I haven't even heard of that.
It's like
It's just a different
it's
shape.
like a mozzarella stick, but it's a triangle. But they don't put as much cheese in there.
The ratio's off.
It's way
More
off from
breading.
a fried cheese.
No, it is. 252 WCMF, we had asked the question initially. I made the statement, everybody has had the intrusive thoughts. How much could I eat off the hot food bar at Wegmans or Tops before they come and grab me? Jimmy's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good yourself.
Good, man.
Listen, I'm almost jealous that I don't have the guts to see that. Just last week, I watched the guy grab a whole bunch of paper plates from the microwave oven area. You're supposed to use those, and it must have been like an 1.5 inch thick worth of paper plates and walked out. I looked at my girlfriend. I said, "My God, he just took a bunch of paper plates." And then I said, "I wished I could do that."
Oh my God! Whoa! Jimmy,
Yeah.
you got a girlfriend?
Yeah, but either way, that's not the point. That's not the point Jimmy's making. Jimmy is a cheapskate. I'm surprised that more people aren't reaching in and grabbing that food. I am. I walk by it and I look at it, and it's especially if I didn't eat all day at work. You're working all day and you're running in there to get something.
I'm with you, Jimmy. I'm not. Don't do it. Don't do it. I do find it funny. Like you were offended that someone stole a stack of paper plates. That's my wife.
I don't know, but it's one of those things where it's not, you're not really stealing,
Yeah,
but
they
it's
don't
just
charge
kind
you
of
for it.
rude.
Yeah,
It'd be like grabbing all the sugar by the coffee counter.
My wife.
They're meant to be used in the microwave oven, not for people to take a whole bunch of them and walk out.
All right, Jimmy. Next time you see someone do that, you should pull them aside. Excuse me. These are for microwave oven use here only. Jimmy, I'm late, buddy. I got to go. Thanks for the call, man. Have a good rest of the day. Could you believe it? It's in a half-deck paper plates. All right, everybody on hold, listen, I would love to take your call. We are already super late, and we may need a little bit of time to get into this discussion. Well, first of all, it's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we got to bitch it out.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. There is a gentleman who was thrilled that his son decided football was now for him.
Yeah.
And we'll detail you the Facebook message that he sent us. The problem, however, Tommy.
What's that?
Not every parent seems to be on board in this situation with this kid playing football. And what makes it more complicated, it doesn't seem that this man and the mother of this child are still together.
Oh. Yeah, that's even tougher.
He thinks that it's not so much mom is afraid of the kid playing football. He thinks there's something more nefarious going on. We'll get into it.
That's bad.
Yeah, it is. Probably. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. One of the hardest parts of raising kids,
Yeah.
you're not the only one who has a say in what your kid does. Someone else helped make that thing.
Yeah.
And they also believe their way is the best. That issue has reared its head for a man who seems like he's looking for support against an ex that doesn't think this would be good for their son.
Good luck.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Before we get to that, it is Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid.
Why would you do that?
Or look like they're a Sherlock Holmes that could fit into an overhead compartment. What do you...
What?
I know you wear the shacket on a regular basis, but for some reason
Especially on Thursdays for some reason.
it looks stupider every time you wear it. You think
I only own 3 of them.
Is that all? You only own 3 shackets? They do. Oh, I have a study here that says the average American owns 2.5, so you're right there. You got to really hurt someone, something along the lines of...
Oh, bad Duffy. I grew up so poor we had to shove all our meatballs in our mouth at one time because my brother would steal them away from me, and so was my daddy because I was just a meatball shoving little bitch.
We take all your bitch voices, meatball related or not. We run them back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
The Break Room now presents Bitch Voice Theater, starring Thomas Muley and accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
I don't know what you're saying.
No, what are you saying?
Rough side.
Wait, too much of a
West
bitch
side.
to handle West Side Kids?
Yes.
I'm scared of West Side Kids because once they had 4 years old, they're about my size.
Some of these kids have done time. I loved it, man. I was working because he owned a cable TV station. Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I've to travel the whole country, be well-rounded, but I'm sitting in a closet with Tommy Muley running his stupid mouth all day because I'm just a unrounded little bitch.
Tommy, I can't drive to the rain because I'm a little scared because I hydroplaned.
Southern rain, man.
Southern rain,
Rain.
gonna wreck your car.
So my oldest brother owns 2 homes. He has one in Florida on the water.
Ooh!
Then he has another home up in the mountains of North Carolina.
Ooh! Well, we had to do it with a southern accent.
Oh, I'm little Kimmy. I don't want any pop soda that has a W on it. I want fancy soda. I've never had anything fancy in my life because I'm an unfancy little, uneducated pal little bitch. So I have one in my house right now. Still has $75 on it.
Okay,
We got it.
restaurant.
Y'all got the same one.
Nope, sorry.
No, go ahead.
You got to really hurt someone, something along the lines
Oh,
of
I'm Pat Duffy. I'm just like I have a dirt bike rental service out there in Charlotte called Big Dirt because I'm just a dirt bike renting little bitch.
That's not a bad idea.
Big dirt.
Big Dirt. I like Big Dirt.
And that concludes this rendition of Bitch Voice Theater.
So the pros are in town. Buffalo Bills training camp officially opens yesterday.
Yeah.
But kids who play football for school and Pop Warner, their seasons are also right around the corner.
Wow.
Like high schools, I think, start within the next 2 weeks.
Sometime in August,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Yeah.
Middle schools usually start the first day of school. And that brings us to this Facebook message we got over the weekend from a man named Justin. And Justin writes us, quote,
Yeah.
my son, who is going into 8th grade, told me last week he decided he wants to play football for, and he names the school the kid
All right.
goes to, right? I was pumped because we always watch games together, and I played when I was in high school. When I got him on Thursday from his mom's, we went right to Dick's. We got him cleats and gloves, and we went to the park, and we started playing around. Saturday night, I got a call from his mother, who saw that he posted his stuff on Instagram. She didn't know he wanted to play football and said that he wasn't playing football because it was too dangerous. It caused a big argument because this is something our son wants, all in caps, to
Okay.
do. And she shouldn't stand in the way. She's not moving off her opinion, and we are at a standstill. He's with her most weekdays, so even if I demanded, all caps again, this is something he does, she could just pick him up from school before practice every day and kill it. I think she's wrong, and I think it should be a dad's choice what sports are safe and not safe for their kids growing up. He rambles on from there, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. There are a couple of discussions to be had in this with this topic here. But I will ask this. Which parent is in the right in this situation? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, right knee-jerk reaction. Who's in the right here?
I mean, if the kid wants to do it, let him do it.
So dad's in the right.
Yeah, but he ain't going to win.
Why?
Because in the end, she's going to have the final say. He's right, but he's got no leverage. Mama's gonna rule the roost.
Well, I mean, the leverage would be the happiness of your kid if the kid wants
Yeah.
to. do
But she's
this.
putting the health of the kid above the happiness of the kid.
Okay, but you also, and I mean, whether divorced together, whatever, if you have a disagreement with your spouse, if your kid wants to do something, you do have to worry about the resentment from that kid down the road if you don't allow them to try that.
So let's say he just goes, goddamn a woman, the boy wants to play sport, he's gonna play sport.
Oh, he moved up here from Mississippi.
Hell yeah.
No kidding.
And he's gonna play Southern ball up here. And he goes out and gets hurt. Not bad, but let's say he breaks something, hurts his knee. She's never, ever gonna let that go.
But he's not. I mean, okay.
And the odds of a kid getting hurt in football pretty high. That's her concern.
Sure, but it's his ex, so it's not like he has to deal with it on like a daily basis.
But
like
you're going to be
I guess-
tethered to this
yeah.
woman through this kid.
it's called co-parenting, not tethered.
Well, whatever you want.
You're trying. I'm guessing you're trying your best on both sides to keep the peace here for as
And-
long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I would say let the kid play because it's what the kid wants. But goddamn, man.
Kimmy, who's on the right here?
Here's the thing. I do think you should let your kid try something if they express interest in it, but I do understand that we're only getting the dad's perspective here, whereas maybe that kid feels pressure to play because dad loves the sport and dad wants him to play the
Okay,
sport.
all right.
And this mom may see that maybe the kid's not really into it, but he's doing it for his
That's
dad.
such a chick take, bro.
What?
Such a chick take.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
Living
because
through
we've
your
all,
kids.
but you can admit, like, you've seen dads push their kids in sports and to the point where, like, that kid doesn't even like the sport anymore,
Sure.
but they're just doing it to make dad happy,
Sure.
or mom happy, whoever it is. I guess I could understand a mom wanting to protect her kid from that, so she's got to be the bad guy.
But like on the other hand here, right? Like this dad, he has something he can bond over with his son that he loves,
But
right?
again, that's his. We're only getting his side.
I understand what you're
So
saying.
he may see, oh, what are you talking about? The kid loves it. I took him out and I made him play catch with me. You know what I mean?
Well, but it says in the Facebook message, why would Justin lie on federal airwaves, Kimmy, that the kid wanted to do
That's
this, they go to
possible.
Dick's and they get all this stuff. I feel for this man.
Yeah.
I have this thing that now we are going to be able to do together, and it will be exclusively ours, right? Like, mom can go to the games, mom
Yeah.
can watch his stuff, but I would imagine in a split parent situation, you want to have those things that are exclusively you
There's
and your
a little
child's.
bit of a power struggle too, right?
Yeah.
And she didn't initiate this tug of war with this kid. He did.
Well, the kid did.
Well, but forget about the kid. there's two parents in the
Yeah.
world,
Okay.
so the kid doesn't matter really. You're using this kid as a tug of war, and you're the one that brought the rope, and now she's pulling back, and you don't like it.
All right.
Like in the end, you're gonna lose this argument.
252 WCMF 2529263. Going down the road. Now, I don't agree with that last part you said.
The
It's
tug
not-
of war part?
No.
I really worked on it.
In the end part, because I disagree with the power dynamic of these things. 252 WCMF 2529263. But to the initial point you made, you're right. Justin here had to know that this mom was going to have an issue with it, right?
Yeah.
Right. That doesn't just show up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So is he the bad guy for trying to throw the brakes? Or excuse me, is she the bad guy for trying to throw the brakes on this bonding moment? Or is he the bad guy for not having the discussion with mom before the train started moving? Because if the kid wanted to play football and Justin here had any inkling that mom was going to say no, he probably should have had that conversation with her first before they went to Dick's and bought cleats
Before
and
getting the
gloves
kid
and a
excited
football.
about
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
So why didn't he have that discussion?
I don't know.
Oh, I do.
Why?
Because she was going to shoot it down.
Well, but-
that's why he ran to Dick's and went out there and got the kid going behind her back. I would have done the same thing,
Okay.
but I've been divorced a few times.
But there's also an argument to be made here. Where do I have to get permission from mom? Right? Like, because if this is something the kid wants to do and we're going to share this thing and we're bonding, do I have to go get permission? If this kid wants to play a sport, do we have to sit down and have this discussion about everything the kid wants to do?
Seems like you do.
I'm asking. I don't know. I mean, thank God I haven't been in that situation yet.
But moms always will find a way to make it less fun.
Okay, but
Be careful.
you said you
do this.
But you said you understood her concern.
I understand.
You
but
are you're trying to play every side of every fence here. Take a side, you bitch ass bitch.
no, I'm just saying.
You
Like,
progressive lady loving Tommy. Hey, ladies, you got it there. But she's kind of being a twat, right, guys? But ladies, I understand. I want to do these things. Talk like that, hey, baby. Hey, baby.
it's like
Baby.
it's like when my nephew lived with us and he wanted to skateboard, right?
Okay.
And he wanted to have fun. Wanted him to do mom's version of skateboarding, which is not skateboarding. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So that's why I had to get drunk and do it before she got home.
No, but that's what I mean. Like, you're saying this guy's going to
I
lose.
wasn't. The kid wasn't drunk.
Do you think this situation is less about football and more about the fact that this guy just went and did it without the discussion first? You know what I mean?
You
Like
have words you could say.
Maybe if it was a discussion, Mom would be a little bit more open to the idea rather than he kind of did this behind her back, it sounds like,
Okay,
and now she's pissed. So it's an absolute no.
To your point, Julie writes us a Facebook message. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Again, we're talking about an initial Facebook message we get from a guy named Justin. It sounds like he's just looking for support from us.
Sure.
Long story short, his middle school son told him he wants to play football. He says they love watching football together. They bond over it. It sounds like he and the mom are not together. He said when his son came to him and said he wanted to play football, they went out to Dick's, got cleats, gloves, went to the park, started playing. Saturday night, mom called him after she saw the kid posted stuff on Instagram, said he wasn't playing football. They said they're stuck in the middle here. They're not going back and forth. She demanded that he not play football, blah, blah, blah. And this guy says essentially if she wants to put the kibosh on it, she can because she's the one that picks him up from school. He lives with her most of the time. Julie writes, he should be able to play football and this dad should stand his ground. It's up to a father what sport his sons should be able to play. That mom never played football, so she can't really know what her son is getting into. To Kimmy's point a second ago, she is obviously trying to keep her son and ex-husband from bonding, which is despicable. She is a meddling bitch lying about safety to keep the kid to herself. Dear Lord, Julie.
That went a little harsh.
Well, that's okay. So no team lady on this
No,
one.
no.
Okay. Why is this woman getting villainized here?
I didn't say she was keeping her son and
No, you and Julie,
father
you're all
from bonding.
Kimmy
I
and Julie
said
together, kissing in a tree. Okay, yes,
I
yes,
said
yeah.
she's pissed that I'm sure they had an agreement about this stuff. Like, we're going to talk about it first when we make these kind of decisions, and he didn't do that.
Well, I mean, that may not be the case either because there are some things you never see coming, right? Like maybe you thought this was never going to be an issue and all of a sudden it pops up. But here's the thing. Before this woman starts to get villainized, right, because I could see it coming, she's not alone in her feelings.
Oh, no. I mean, didn't it cause problems with high school football that parents were not letting their kids sign up because of all the injuries, and the brain injuries in particular?
To your point, we are at an all-time high, the all-time high for high school football participation in the United States was in 2008, where 1.2 million kids played. Right now, it's just over a million, although it's going back up from numbers that dipped below like almost 900,000 a couple of years ago. And safety is something parents are concerned by. And I understand, look, don't call the show. I know there are steps being made, strides being made in the safety of head injuries and things like that, fine. But you also see the effects of it in the greater Rochester area. Some schools have had to combine their teams to keep playing football. Other schools switched to like 7-8-man football to keep playing football, and we've even seen schools the last couple of years have to forfeit games at the end of the season because injuries kept them from safely fielding an entire roster. Right? So, like, to say this mother's being a bitch because she won't let her kid play football, she ain't the only one doing it.
And she's arguing for the safety of her kid.
Well, not according to Julie. Not according to Kim.
I get it.
No, I didn't say that. I understand the safety issue. Is there a compromise here? Because aren't there more and more like flag football teams popping up for younger kids?
Okay, what is
Kid
the
don't want
thumbs
to play
down?
flag football. He wants to play football.
It's the fastest growing sport in America.
Yeah.
Because you can't play football. It isn't because everybody
No,
wants
I
to play.
thought there
you
was
don't
an
want to
idea.
play flag football.
There was an idea for a little while to get like little kids to get them to learn football instead of putting them in a helmet and pads, teach them to play flag football first.
Yeah, you play flag football up until high school was one of the propositions.
And we started tackling, son.
Is there also, because every parent knows the athletic ability of their kid, right? Could this also be protecting their kid from embarrassment? Or like because they know they could get hurt really bad because they've never played a sport like this before.
I mean, there were those kids who, like, you're right, all of a sudden,
especially middle school, every kid's trying every sport, and I mean those kids get embarrassed pretty quickly.
It wasn't so much the embarrassment. I get where you're coming from. Like there were kids I remember in like 7th and 8th grade that had never played football before that were like string bean kids, right? Where it's like you knew they were going to hate this as soon as they walked out there. So I guess maybe, but I don't know if wouldn't a father be more? Maybe a mother would be more concerned about that. Maybe you're right.
Yes, and you can't even argue the point to other people. Because it's going to come down to the safety of your kid. She's going to win that argument every time.
But there are going to be people that argue it's not. The safety is irrelevant here. It's safe. It's you being. I mean, Julie is a woman and wrote us that awful Facebook message.
But these kids are still getting hurt. I did. Besides,
But you're going to get hurt playing most sports.
Yeah,
But
you
this
get
is
concussion in
when
soccer.
But this is the most violent sport your kid can play. I
I
mean, you
mean-
literally line up and collide with each other on every play.
All right, but here's the thing. Look, if you want to talk, in all sincerity, because I love football. I understand what the concern this
Yeah.
woman has, but like if you talk about like concussions and things like that, boys and girls soccer have a high rate of concussions from coconuts banging together when they're going up
Yeah.
for balls. Hockey has a high rate of concussion because of the speed at which you're playing. So does lacrosse. I mean, like to sit here and say,
you can break a leg in any sport.
But,
Exactly.
but this particular sport, though,
Yeah.
it's a
No, I know what
collision
you're
on
saying.
every play with everybody.
No, I get
All
it.
those other sports are a little bit more random.
I get it.
This is you're gonna hit somebody.
Look, I'll say this, man. From when I played football in the early 2000s, right, and that was fairly recently
Right.
compared to other people, to now, the way they do it is completely different.
Yeah, I mean, the technology.
The
is there.
technology
The
is
training
better. The way that they practice now is way better. Like all of it's, look, you're right. When I shouldn't have been doing what I was doing when I was 16, 17. I loved it, but it was probably stupid.
I'm over here.
You So I don't know. I mean, I know this.
Yeah.
I think this would be an argument between my wife and I if I had a child that wanted to play football.
Okay.
I think that this would be, I would want them to do it if they wanted to do it. I don't
Does-
think my wife would want them to.
Does the kid hold more power than we think? Like if the kid went to mom, turned on the waterworks, this is something I really want to do. You know what I mean? Like I wonder if that would also sway the mom a different way, perhaps.
No, I'm going to say no,
No?
based on personal stuff. So you remember my daughter had that brain surgery a couple years
Yeah,
ago,
yeah.
which, kind of puts a hitch in the giddy up of a lot of plans.
Sure.
Girls hockey, which she plays, no checking. Boys hockey now at her age, checking.
Yeah.
And she wanted to go play on these teams that she would
Co-ed?
be, and to be checked and things like that. There's checking allowed, and I was like, no, there's no chance based on what happened. And she turned the waterworks on and wanted to do that whole thing. And I was like, yeah,
No.
cry all you want, ain't gonna
Okay.
happen. Just
All
try
right.
to keep it safe here,
Yeah.
kid. We got more Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Brad writes us again, talking about this guy, Justin, his son. It sounds like he split from the kid's mom. Came to him, going in 8th grade, wants to play football for his school. Guy gets over the moon thrilled. He buys him gloves, cleats, all this stuff at Dick's. They're playing at the park. Mom sees this on Instagram from her kid, calls dad, and goes, he ain't going to do it. Justin's like, yes, he is. And now they're at the standstill. Brad writes, as much as I think the son should be able to play, moms should have the final say, and dad should be okay with that. Kids do get hurt playing sports, and if he wins this argument and something bad happens, like you said, Tommy, he's the one that looks like a really bad guy. Either find a way to gently convince her with facts or let this go. That would be a very mature and measured way to handle this.
Yeah.
It's not going to get Justin what he wants.
No, because she's locked in. Because you always say, people just read the headlines.
Yeah.
And if mom reads the headline that children are being injured in these sports and parents are pulling their children away from these sports, that's all she hears.
Yeah, no, you're
You can
right.
come up with all the stats and better training. She's already checked out. She ain't listening, man.
You're right,
She'll
but-
listen to you anyway. That's why you're divorced.
But I will say this. I mean, the fact that the numbers of kids playing high school football are starting to come back up again tells me that people aren't just reading the headlines, that there are people, and Kimmy, maybe it is
All right.
kids saying, I really want to do this. Let's go look into what's happening
Yeah,
here, where
let me
parents are saying,
try.
okay, it's different than it was when I was in high school. All right, that being said,
all right.
you ready for the roller coaster of the year of a story?
Whatever.
It's one of our famous break room one-line stories, but I promise you this story is so insane
Yeah.
that happened just west of us.
Wow.
You will not know the next word coming for the entire sentence.
Wow.
Okay.
What?
I'm trying to tease this without getting dumped. What happened inside a store, what a man is accused
Oh,
of
no.
doing.
Really?
Oh, you know what?
Is this a first?
I've never seen anything
Well,
like
you and I
this
both
before.
worked. Actually, all three of us worked in retail.
Yeah, no, I've never seen this before.
Wow.
So what kind of store?
I'll tell you about it.
Okay.
Next year, the break room on 96.5 WCMF. These days, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
You never know what you'll encounter when you walk out of the house.
Sure.
But I promise you, no one headed to the grocery store would ever, in a million years, think this is something they should prepare for. It's so insane that while I am reading this story, you will not know what word is coming after the word I am saying out loud.
What?
You're hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:45. Some good news.
Good news.
Well, we told you a story, I think it was last week, about how Big Lots was closing stores and potentially filing for bankruptcy. And we found out that we had 10, count them, 10 Big Lots in the greater Rochester area. The good news we'll share with you here in a second, but it is amazing. And it has to be a Rochester thing.
What's that?
The amount of discount stores we are able to keep open in our community.
We like our discounts.
And I feel like maybe this is a cultural thing. We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. It is time, Tommy, for one of our famous break room one-line stories.
All right.
The story comes from the Batavia area. Are you ready?
I knew it.
Shut up.
As soon as you said west, if it's west, it's Batavia.
Narrow it down
if it's
pretty quick.
east, it's Penn.
Okay.
Those are the two new hot corners.
Are you ready for the story? Quote, a 45-year-old man was arrested after police say he was caught engaging in lewd behavior involving a Walmart store display phone while sitting on an electric scooter.
A display phone? Like a cord phone?
Like a phone, like a cell phone. Probably one in like the cell phone section.
okay.
They sell cell phones there that you can do. Turn.
Yeah, I guess
But he
you're
was
right.
doing a lewd thing with it while he was sitting on an electric scooter.
I will read you again the one-sentence story, and this is all the information we have.
Yeah.
Okay. A 45-year-old man was arrested after police say he was caught engaging in lewd behavior involving a Walmart store display phone while sitting on an electric scooter.
Did he take a picture with the phone
I
of
don't
something, maybe?
know.
Well, usually
I didn't
those
think about
phones
that.
aren't. Oh, yeah, I guess they do work.
Yeah.
You could probably get internet access on them. So, he was charged with the following, and this might clear up some questions. He was charged with public lewdness, public display of sexual material,
Okay.
and disorderly conduct. So does that mean he was cranking one out at Walmart while looking at porn on the display phone?
But he
Sitting in
wasn't.
his scooter.
But he wasn't arrested for exposing himself.
Public lewdness.
But
Okay.
is that the same thing?
Kimmy, can we get once again a definition
Yeah.
of public lewdness in the state of New York? I feel like we have to do this at
Because
least
they
once a
usually
week.
like specify though when like a penis is out.
Yeah, but he could have been doing it under the trowel.
Yeah.
But is that lewdness?
That would make more sense.
Well, you're looking
Yeah.
if you're looking at porn and you're pulling under your trowel.
He's looking and a pulling. Pulling
And
and a
then
looking and a pulling.
Sitting in my scooter, looking at porn.
I mean, look, maybe public lewdness could just be openly playing porn on a phone in public. What do we got,
Well,
Kimmy?
there you go.
No. Public lewdness is a crime that involves exposing people to offensive sexual activity or nudity without their consent in a public place.
Okay, so then
So it could have been that. You are correct.
if the allegations are true, it sure does sound
Yeah.
like this guy was cranking one out, looking at porn
Yes.
on a phone owned by Walmart, sitting on his scooter inside the Walmart. So many questions here. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I guess if the allegations are true, this would be a man who didn't have internet access that really wanted to watch some porn.
Yeah, he could have been in a bad way.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's physically challenged, he's in the scooter.
I mean, he's 45 years old in a scooter at Walmart. I mean, that's not a good
You would-
Yeah.
right?
I wonder if it was the Walmart scooter or if he had his own like little rascal in there.
I
Great
hope
question.
it was his own scooter.
But it might not be.
But see, here's the thing. Somebody gets paid to clean those scooters.
Oh,
And
yeah.
There is not enough money inside that Walmart to pay me to wipe down a scooter that a man was cranking one out on looking at a phone.
I think it's going to take a little bit more than wiping it down. That somebody's going to have to be power washed.
You would think that a place that sells cell phones, like, how they have them on display, you can test them out, do whatever.
Yeah.
You would think like they have those kind of things blocked just based on what people would try to get into while
Fire
they're
up
on them.
Pornhub.
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, I guess I want to say you wouldn't imagine someone would do that, but I guess that's a stupid statement to make, right? I don't. Maybe he had like an email that he got into that had stuff
that's
saved on it.
possible.
I don't know. Okay. If this is a man who didn't have internet access to watch some porn, and he was watching porn at the Walmart in Batavia, sitting on his scooter while touching himself, it kind of makes sense because where else could you get free internet porn? Right? Like
the library would be it, right?
Well, no, but libraries are allowed to make their own policies about, because that's been a big debate, right? The First Amendment, freedom of speech. There are people that argue, despite the fact that it's weird and gross and uncomfortable for the people around them, that the library should allow you to access pornography because the point of the library is open information. And libraries have said no and have fixed policies. We've seen stories, Kimmy, we've covered on the show, of men getting kicked out of public libraries for watching pornography.
Banned.
So it's possible that the libraries around him do not allow you to watch porn.
Okay, country library.
So if you're not going to watch porn at the library, where else would you be able to access the internet for free to watch porn? It would be the Walmart.
It is.
What choice did he
Poor,
have?
desperate man. And if he had his own scooter, the one thing about people that own their own scooters, they got to trick them out a little bit with some decals, some flags.
Yeah, you want to customize them.
Sure. Well, I want to show nobody that owns a personal scooter. They have to show like their own interest on that scooter, like what they like to do.
Yeah.
Some clever
you
little
want it
saying.
to stand out among the other scooters.
Well, maybe not this guy. This guy may not want it to stand out.
Yeah.
Keep a low profile.
Yeah.
Second question. Even if he was touching himself while sitting in his scooter at the Walmart looking at porn on a display phone, how did anyone around him know?
Oh, somebody probably walked by and just saw it on the screen.
Okay, but
like if he just had it out, and somebody walked by and go, what the hell, man?
But you would have to look over the guy's shoulder. You would have to look over the guy's shoulder to see it. And
oh yeah, the sound could have been on, or even if the sound's off, you're still gonna see it.
Okay, but here's the thing: it is a little
bit.
What
if it was moaning?
It's not
moaning
like those
and a scooting and a moaning.
Those
early
displays
in the
are
morning. That's how I shop.
And those displays are like right out in the middle of that like technology section. It's not like they're like in a back corner hidden somewhere.
If you put him in a back corner and hide him, you'd have four guys doing this at the same time.
Well, I'm just thinking like that's a valuable thing that you don't want people to steal. So it's probably out in the open where there's always eyes on it.
Okay, but here's the thing. Like going down, follow my thought process here. Mm-hmm. Again, we're talking about the story coming out of Batavia. A 45-year-old man was arrested after police say he was caught engaging in lewd behavior involving a Walmart store display phone while sitting on an electric scooter. With him being charged with public lewdness, public display of sexual material, and disorderly conduct, we are surmising, and again, it doesn't say this in the story, that he may have been touching himself while watching porn on this phone in a scooter in the Walmart. You would have to be really sure about what he was doing before you told someone, right?
Yeah, but it sounds like it would be pretty easy to deduce, considering he's wide open.
Well, but we don't know how wide open he was, right? Like, I mean, you're making an assumption that he's got his pants all the way down his ankles if the allegations are true.
No, but if he's but let's say you could just see he's making the, can I say,
the motion?
Yes, with his arm motion, his shoulder, like your body's gonna vibrate.
Okay, I got a bad left shoulder. I do this all the time. I'm not kidding.
No, but you're doing it down here.
Okay, yeah.
Can I do this?
Right. So like
here,
you stop watching the live
listen,
stream.
I'm the one person that is sitting in a chair that'll be like a scooter, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to apologize to everyone on the live stream right now, and I'd like to apologize to Three Heads Brewery.
Got my phone like this.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm like this.
Stop. Oh, my God, man. Come on.
But that's what it is. I hear.
We got it.
So what else could I be doing?
Yeah, I don't know if really
or
there's
if
much
I'm in there,
room
let's
for
say,
interpretation.
all right, hold on. I'm like this. You're gonna have my pants like this.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, yeah.
Somebody
you
call the
making that
cops.
face? I call the cops on that face. I think you were having a stroke.
That's what it's gonna look like. What else could that be?
I guess
I'm
what I'm
so sorry to everybody watching the live stream.
What I'm getting at is this.
They're getting the worst angle right now too.
But that's what it would look like.
Yeah, like the camera's slightly pointed up at his crotch. What I'm saying is I would forgive people if they saw what this man was doing and just kept walking.
Yeah, I wouldn't say nothing.
Like if I don't involve myself, that's the less time I have to be in a situation where a man on a scooter could be pleasuring himself while watching porn on a Walmart display phone. Wait, so like you're sitting here with this massive effect, you wouldn't say anything? You would keep going? No. Kimmy, would you say something?
I would assume that guy's on camera right now. Like I would be surprised that the store hasn't done, because they always have people in those sections too.
Okay, good point.
Like I would think it's only a matter of time before somebody notices this going on.
Okay. No, that's
but
a good
here's
point.
the thing. So, but let's say if I see this guy, to me, I'm laughing, and it's a funny story. My wife sees it.
Well, it is a crime.
Bro, she's calling the National Guard. She's going to want an airstrike on his perverted ass.
No, I'm not going to hold it against anybody.
I ain't, but...
No, I mean for calling. If somebody wants him arrested, no, I get it.
I know, but listen, man, he's a sad soul.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
And I don't think calling the cops makes it any better. And I know.
Well, it stops it. It stops. You should stop it.
Stop it.
I'm not going near you, but I'm.
Hey, knock it off.
It's against regulations for you to be.
Screw you, old man.
No, look, I'm with you. I'm not calling the cops. But I'm not going to tell someone they're a prude for calling the cops when a guy is allegedly sitting in a scooter, cranking one out, looking at porn in the middle of a Walmart on a display phone. The Constitution was written to keep that from happening. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? Good morning, guys.
Yo.
Hey, so I have a hypothesis on what this guy was doing because I don't think he was cranking one out at Walmart. That's too obvious. But I was thinking maybe he was trying to use one of those display models to plant a dick pic.
Okay, hold on. Let's back up because you can't say that one word you just said. Mike, you are assuming he was using the phone to take a picture of his privates and send it to somebody else.
No, not send it to somebody else, but just keep it on there.
Leave it there.
Oh, it's like a joke?
Yeah. Because I've looked at those display phones, and there's usually tons of pictures of people already on there.
Okay.
So,
interesting.
It's very weird, but
it changes the story. All right.
Well, we've seen stories where people airdrop those pictures to people on an airplane or something. People get a thrill out of doing that.
Right. Well, Mike, that's a good theory, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Does it change?
That's a great take.
Does it change your opinion of this man? Well, no, because it says he was watching, broadcasting
Does
decent material. Although I guess that could be taking a picture of yourself too, because you are putting it on
and
the
then
phone.
you're looking at it, so there it is on the screen.
Okay, if this man was simply I say simply like it makes it better.
I know.
If this man was taking a picture of his
Less
privates,
for sexual reasons.
but to make it the background on the phone as a prank, does it change your opinion of this man?
It makes it even funnier.
Okay, it's not.
It really is. So
I want Kim. No, Kimmy's a
I think
normal
it makes
person.
it a little less. The intent, I guess, wasn't to be a creep. You just thought you were being funny. It makes it a little less bad, but still a terrible decision.
So my second marriage, we had it at the old Logan's Party House.
Oh, I love that place.
Yeah. And, hey, best prime rib ever. Baby.
You ain't kidding, man.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
but they're gone.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the big thing back then was to put disposable cameras on the table at the reception so people could get candid shots that the professionals weren't getting, right? Now, think about this. A lot of radio people there with disposable cameras. So we got so many dong, boob, ass crack, and 2 coochies on these cameras.
Wait, you got Dos Cuchos?
Yes, Dos Cuchos. And we kind of knew who those coochies were.
You identified?
It was easy because of the outfit that they were wearing, you could see it.
They did a lineup.
Yes. We did a
Coochie 1, please step forward.
It was the funniest thing, man.
Yeah, but that's a personal friend thing. This is way different.
But I found it funny. Some people in my family found it disgusting.
Well, yeah, because everyone had to look at your mom's coochie.
Yeah, it's a family.
It's all worn out. It's flapping around. She tried to take a picture. Kimmy, you could tell she was taking a picture because of the noise it kept making.
Some people did confuse it with the roast beef.
Damn it, I'm sorry. Yours was
That's
better.
all right. No.
Your mom's coochie joke was better than mine.
My mom's coochie flapping in the wind. The answer, my friend.
One of my favorite Dylan songs of all time. I think the other thing we need to ask here, so let's say, because now, Mike brings up this other scenario, which is feasible, right? Yeah. But let's say he was touching himself, watching porn on this display phone inside a Walmart while sitting on a scooter. Thank you. Was that his reason for going to Walmart that day?
Did he just happen to have the idea while he was browsing Walmart?
Because I think that also makes a difference in the story. Because if he had shopping to do, and then he wandered in the phone section, realized he can get porn and go to work, I think that is different than intentionally making a trip to Walmart. The sole reason being
that was the point of the trip.
You got it right.
I'm gonna think this was the point of the trip.
Okay.
Based on what?
Well, we don't.
Because you load your scooter in
I was
going
to say if we. I'd wonder, did he have anything else in the scooter? Was there anything in the little basket?
There was something in that scooter. But no.
You don't want to get that all over your eggs.
So you think he was shopping and then this was a spur of the dong moment?
I'm asking because I think it makes a difference. If it is a spur of the dong moment, I don't know why it feels less bad than if his intention was to go to Walmart.
Because he had time to think it through.
That's what I mean, right?
Which makes it worse.
It's okay.
Makes it way worse to I'm thinking the majority of people.
I think you're right.
The moral majority.
I guess what else? The other thing I can't get over too with this story is What was your escape plan? Like, this guy could have had, I mean, he could have some issues, I mean, potentially preventing him from realizing the severity of the situation, right? But if this man, and the allegations are true, what we're,
he had his wits.
If he had the wherewithal to get the porn on the phone, it tells me that maybe he's not, like, totally gone.
Yeah, but still, man.
Was he disconnected from reality enough that he thought no one was going to say anything if he was doing this?
Grandpa lost his wits. Grandpa lost his wits.
Looking at a big old pair.
Be careful, son. That rascal spits.
Yours is better, too. I'm sorry.
Country spit. It knows where it hit.
I mean, I guess the idea of him, like, thinking no one else would notice maybe isn't the craziest idea, because we are all in our own little worlds at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's why you see people almost collide in carts, like, every single time you go. Like, of all the people in that Walmart, if what the police say is true, how many would have walked by him noticing, would have walked by him and noticed he was, if that's what he was doing, or taking a dong pic if that's what he was doing? All right, the moral of the story, guys. Don't look at free porn on the Walmart display phone in your scooter and think about touching yourself. All right? And your day should be a lot better than this, guys, if the allegations are true. All right, let's take a break. Maybe you don't want to go to Walmart anymore after that story.
No, where am I going?
We got to find another discount chain. The good news, what we thought could happen here in our area is not going to happen. And what's more remarkable than this company keeping all of these stores in our area is the fact that our discount economy has to be one of the best in the country. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Good news for discount shoppers in the greater Rochester area. In fact, there's always good news for great discount shoppers in Rochester because for whatever reason, we have one of the best discount shopping economies in the country.
Yes,
Now,
yes.
We don't have proof of that. But when you look at what we have at our disposal,
Yeah.
who else could have more?
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So last week, we told you that Big Lots, the discount department store, chain store, whatever, was looking to close stores and could be moving towards filing bankruptcy. And they were one of the few discount chains that are struggling right now when everything is more expensive. We also learned that Big Lots had 10 locations in the greater Rochester area. Well, it turns out all 10 Rochester locations are staying open.
Wow.
Big Lots announced they are closing 3 New York stores, but none of them are in our area, which means Rochester continues to hold its title as the city of discounts.
Yeah.
Because, Tommy, we are overloaded with discount stores of all types.
Whatever you need, we got it.
Like, okay, let's just for Marshalls, right? How many Marshalls do we have? We got Henrietta, Pittsford, Greece, Webster, Irondequoit. Am I forgetting any Marshalls?
There's probably one in Canandaigua.
There is a Canandaigua Marshalls.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, for a community of our size, 6 Marshalls.
Right.
6 Marshalls.
Yeah.
Then throw in like 5 TJ Maxx's, like 3 or 4 Burlington Coat Factories, and that's just clothes.
Didn't Dick's open up an outlet store?
The first ever Dick's outlet store opened down the plaza from the J. Crew outlet store
In Pittsburgh.
in one of our most affluent suburbs. We are slammed with Aldi's. Doesn't Irondequoit now have 2, or they will have 2 Aldi's soon?
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm not sure.
We got the Save-A-Lots and the Price Rights. There's that new discount grocery chain.
Oh, that really like that deep discounted one.
Yep, they're coming to Henrietta down the plaza from Wegmans. Are we a town that loves a deal so much we can keep all these places open?
Yeah, but you know what we are?
What?
We're Chinstown. We're Chinstown, USA.
Are we Chinstown, USA?
Yeah, we went from Smugtown to Chinstown.
Well, you can't go from Smug to Chins. It
We
doesn't
did
make
it.
any
I don't know. Look
sense.
at Pittsburgh.
We did it.
What?
Because we talked about a lot of these places are in the most affluent suburb in Rochester.
I can walk to that Dick's you just mentioned, the J. Crew, Marshalls and HomeSense are right there,
And TJ Maxx.
TJ Maxx.
and TJ Maxx.
Is that
yes.
Under Armour? Is that an outlet store?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's an Under Armour.
Okay.
Yep.
I forgot about that.
Okay.
Like you got all that. You could park your car if you don't mind walking across the street. You can hit all that stuff
you're right.
and leave your car in one spot.
All right, so Kimmy, you bring up a good point. With Pittsford in mind, you can be Smug and Chintz at the same time.
We're doing
The
it.
You can be Smintz.
smuggiest
Yeah.
chintz. Yeah.
We're Smitzy.
Smuggiest Chintz sounds like a kid's
So we're
Christmas book.
Smitzy Town.
Schmitzy Town. You know, I before you brought that up, and maybe you're right, Kimmy, I thought this may be a cultural influence thing. Why we love a deal so much here in Rochester. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We have a massive Italian population.
Yeah.
And we are not that far removed in that Italian population from the folks who came to this country in the first time. Like,
Sure.
I feel like with the exception of...
First generation.
Yeah,
Italian,
like
man.
for the amount of Italian people of Italian ethnicity that we have in America, like I have friends whose parents and grandparents came from Italy.
So my second wife's father grew up in Sicily.
Yeah, there
he
you
came
go.
here as a teenager.
Yeah.
They spoke fluent Italian.
That being said,
And
there
didn't
is-
drive.
if there is one thing old Italian ladies love,
Oh,
it is cheap crap.
bro, I had through marriage
Yeah.
a relative. She made her own bras.
What? How do you make your own bra?
I don't want to. I'm not asking. But she made her own bras.
What? You have one of her neighbors follow her around from behind?
You'd almost have to.
Kimmy, have you ever heard of anyone making their own bra?
No.
Oh, she wouldn't.
Well, why would I? Well, I've never heard it. Like, why?
Quick job. Done.
Like, I'm sorry. How did they?
He
I
doesn't know.
missed the
So
context of the story.
in my second
Yeah.
marriage, I had a relative through
Okay.
marriage.
Yeah.
She was old school Italian, came over here as a kid.
Yeah.
She made her own bras.
She like knit them.
I don't ask.
It's a, what, you got wool bras? That sounds
It just
sweaty.
doesn't
I
seem
don't know,
like it
but
would do much for you if you made it by yourself.
I guess you got to make them somehow. Well, I mean, they had bras before mass production.
Right,
didn't
yeah.
they? All right, so like, I'm totally serious when I say this, that the lasting legacy of the culture of Italian folks in the greater Rochester area is dealing in discounts.
Oh, yeah.
And like I say Italian because I was, intimately familiar with Italian folks living in Gates. I don't know, like, do our old Latino ladies the same way?
Probably.
Oh,
I mean,
like,
I'm thinking anybody that came up from areas of the world that were poor That's why they came here in the first place, for a better life.
Sure.
They weren't gonna hold on to their money. I think the Asian culture's like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So maybe I'm just trying to think of like the population of certain ethnicities that dominate this town. I mean, that would make sense, right?
And this is like if you're a daughter and you went with your mom to these stores, that's your idea of shopping.
Exactly. Right, you would have picked this up from your parents and grandparents. And if you did shop that way as a kid, why would you change?
You was raised chintz.
How would you know to change?
But don't you feel like it's grown more?
Yes.
In the last few years than it was when we were kids? Like, I don't really remember there being that many discount stores. Like, there was one Marshall's near me. I can't think of another place where people shopped regularly that was like that kind of discount
But
store.
that makes sense because, everybody has 2 or 3 kids and they have 2 or 3
You're just
kids.
saying because of the growing population.
Exactly. Like, yeah, if you and your sister and brother learn to shop this way from your grandmother, well, you can't you can't fit 3 times whatever it was in one Marshall's.
I mean, you got a Home Sense and a Home Goods, and it's the same goddamn store.
Well, TJ Maxx and Marshall's are the same store. They're the same store. 252, owned by the same company. 252 WCMF. We started this conversation talking about how Big Lots, despite the fact that they seem to be headed towards bankruptcy and are closing stores, will not be closing any of the 10 Big Lots in the greater Rochester area. And as we start running down the Marshalls and the TJ Maxxes and the Burlington Co-Factories and that Dick's outlet store that was the first one in America here, all of the cheap stores that we have here in Rochester, we are a community of chintz. Carson's on CMF. Hey, Carson, how are you?
Hey, buddies. Part of it could be cultural, but another side of this could be the rise of house poor.
Ooh.
People who blow all their money getting into a home, something that you guys have talked about quite a bit.
Sure.
And then they have no other choice but to try to,
save in other places.
Save money where they can.
Okay, that's a great theory. I guess my question then, Carson, would be, and I'm using this anecdotally, having traveled around with my daughter doing hockey stuff, seeing other cities, right? Because I always like to go to out-of-town Marshalls for some reason. Don't ask me why.
Or you get the best deals.
Carson, it seems like everybody would be house poor across the country. In fact, comparatively, we have low housing prices to the rest of the country. Why here more than other places?
Do you really feel like the prices here are cheaper than they are other places?
No, we just have more stores per capita.
Oh, no, I meant housing prices, Carson.
Yes, housing prices.
That's we have the data to back it up that Rochester is below the national average.
But house poor is not a new term. That's been around for decades. When people bought houses, you were house poor as a young person moving in.
No, but to Carson's point, and actually there was a story about it this week, the difference between wage and what a house costs in Rochester is one of the highest in the country. So Carson's not wrong.
All right, so you busted.
No, not busted. Wages haven't caught up to the price of homes exploding in Rochester. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Carson, we're trying to sound smart, and we're not smart. You listen to the show. You know this. Shut up, Carson.
Yeah, so, it's probably a combination of the things. We have the cultural know-how, but also are broke as hell.
Okay. Carson, what's your go-to discount store?
Probably Walmart.
Walmart? Okay, but I don't even look at that as really a discount store. That's just become a cultural store. Like, it's just a regular store. All right, Carson, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, only because I thought of it, it's a cultural thing.
Okay.
I'm going to fight for that.
Because you're also forgetting about like BJ's and Costco's, which are also basically buy bulk and discount stores.
Yeah, but see, BJ's and Costco seem to me to be more of an upper middle class thing than it is a discount thing. Because yes, you're saving money buying in bulk, but you have to spend a lot of money to get that bulk.
Yeah, but you'll go through a case of mayonnaise and pickles.
252 WCMF. Let's take one more call. Salt's got the last word on CMF. Hey, buddy, how are you, man?
Hey. So I was calling because I had a couple of things that I read about an article earlier about Monroe County being one of the poorest counties in New York State.
Okay.
So I think that might have a big influence on it.
Okay.
And something like 65% of the county lives paycheck to paycheck.
Okay. That does sound, based on other stories we've done, though, Salt, like it's standard across the country.
You would just think there would be less shopping in general, though.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not even so much
I think
discount
that would
shopping.
drive more people towards those stores.
You still got bank to go spend.
50%.
Well, okay, no, I agree with what you're saying, Salt,
Yeah.
and what you're saying is logical. And to Kimmy's point, when you say like that would make people not shop,
I would just think like shopping in general would be down. Like, sure, people are looking for discounts, but maybe not as many people are out there shopping on a regular basis,
She's right, because,
which would
like, when
lead to you wouldn't need more stores in that case.
When you and I were
Well, I
busted,
think
we
that
were
demographic would put a target on us, wouldn't it?
okay, good point. I get what you're saying.
like when we were busted, we weren't looking for throw rugs and carpets and lamps.
No, but
you
you're
you were stealing sandwiches from the Hampton Inn.
Okay, it's not stealing. They didn't say you can't take 24 and
You
eat them
buried
throughout
that
the week.
poor program.
Okay, but no, like, all right, Salt, I get what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. But to answer your question, Tommy, why would people still be shopping like this? I don't think you're factoring in.
What, red and plastic and everything else?
Well, I mean, that obviously. I think we're in a weird point, and Salt, tell me if you think I'm wrong.
Salt say.
Where we believe at a certain age we should be at a certain point in our lives. You should own a house. It should be outfitted. It should look a certain way. Blah blah blah. Blah, blah.
Image.
Try to
Okay.
catch
I'm
up.
right there.
Okay.
I'm right there.
Okay. So
I'm 35.
Yep.
And everyone's on my back about it.
Okay.
But I don't feel like I have to upgrade
man,
because
but
I want to live comfortably and not have to,
no, I get it, and that's the smart thing to do. But we live in a country of consumption, man. So, like, when these people feel like they're failures, yes, you're right. You shouldn't be living paycheck to paycheck to buy furniture at a home sense that you put together yourself. But you don't want people to come over and think that you're a failure. So, in your head, if I buy this thing, I'm not behind.
Not the name brand.
Exactly.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
so wait,
got
so
the name brand.
let me
So
get this
I'm there.
right.
I'm on both sides of that coin, though.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So let me get this
I don't
right.
want to. I want my sneakers to be that, but I also don't want to, blow my wallet out.
So if you went over to a guy's house and he had empty rooms, you would go, "Hey, man, that's cool. You're doing it right."
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
You wouldn't
yeah.
mock him.
Well, no, I
right?
mean, first I would think, what bodies does he have buried in his
Just
basement?
your mama's. I buried myself in it last night.
For God's sake, Salt,
Well,
thanks
that's why I
for the
gotta
call,
get that
buddy.
stain out.
All right, man.
Have a good rest of the
You
day.
literally mocked me for having it. You just go buy stuff, put it in there.
No, you didn't do it because you were trying to be economical.
I had
You
no
did it
money.
because you had no love to put in that home.
You didn't
Oh,
care.
Again, I had some love.
Shut up. But now your life's so much different, Tommy.
Oh yeah.
Right? You got a house that you're squatting in, a wife that loves you dearly, and a wife that has whipped you into the biggest bitch ass bitch that ever bitched this side of Bitchville.
What did I do?
Well, you had ways you lived your life, and you were a very stubborn man, and you wouldn't let anybody tell you how to live. For example, you had empty rooms in your house, what everyone called you an effing loser.
Yeah.
But now, your wife tells you what to do. And even when you try and stand your ground and be independent, when you screw up, she reminds you of what she told you to do. Because Tommy is out a couple of $100 that he could have back if he just would have listened to his wife.
Yes.
We'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. You can make the argument.
Yeah.
There are few things worse in the world than when you laugh at your spouse and it turns out they're right.
Oh, yeah.
They give you instructions that you go, that's stupid, no. And then there's egg on your face.
Yeah.
And it's something one man in this room is smack dab in the middle of.
Yeah.
But this stupid thing you didn't do that bit you in the ass, you might be one of the few people who don't do this.
I don't see the point in it, even though now I see the point in it. Does that make sense?
Perfect sense.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, by the way, you can log on.
Lagoon.
WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Train and REO Speedwagon at Empower Federal Credit Union Amphitheater at Lakeview in Syracuse, July 31st, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. If you listen to the show on a regular basis, you know Tommy Muley loves his coffee.
Oh, yeah.
How many cups of coffee a day?
I think we determined I do 5 double shots of espresso a day with, milk.
So that's like 10 cups of coffee caffeine-wise, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And there have been studies, they did studies to see if caffeine stunted your growth. They found no.
No, I'm fine.
But you got a little problem with your caffeine situation.
So I bought a new espresso maker. Nice. Make myself some Italian coffee.
Okay, all right.
So I get it on Amazon, set that some bitch up, and we are making us some Italian coffee.
And he would brag about this thing when he got it, almost as much as when he got his Blackstone. He loved this coffee machine.
Right. So about a week ago, it craps the bed. I've had it about a month, 2 months.
Okay.
So it's only made like 400 cups of coffee. Should be fine. So it craps out, right? So my wife notices that all my stuff is just sitting there in the morning. Usually it's all cleaned up and gone. She goes, looks like you stopped. What happened to the coffee maker? And I go, it's not working. So she texts back to me, you saved the box, right? And all the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And she already knows the answer.
Okay.
So anytime I get something, I don't like clutter. I don't like saving boxes. Once I set it up and it works, I throw everything out.
Box is gone.
Box, instructions, all that stuff, out you go. But I don't need the instructions. I can look it up on YouTube. I don't need those goddamn instructions.
Mm-hmm.
So out it goes. So now I'm kind of stuck with a broken-ass coffee maker.
Mm-hmm.
And I've only had it for about 2 months.
So for those who don't know, Tommy, your wife saves everything.
Yeah, receipts, boxes. And I'm always like, hey, can we throw this out? And she goes, no, we still have it. I want to hold on to the box. So I'm always moving boxes around the basement.
You said that she's got the warranty for like everything, single thing she's ever bought in her life.
I think so. She's got the receipts for sure.
Okay, and you are the opposite of that. It's an odd couple situation, Kimmy. One likes boxes, other one don't.
I just throw the crap out.
Okay.
Without even hesitating.
Right, because I figured the odds. So let's say 10% of the stuff I buy is going to crap the bed.
Yeah.
I like those odds.
Okay, but this was a pretty significant investment. What did this coffee machine cost?
Over $200.
Okay, gee, you could have got that all taken care of for free if you would have listened to it.
And wouldn't you save the box for at least like a year or two?
Year?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's probably however long the warranty is.
Right.
Wouldn't you save the box for as long as it's good for?
Yeah. What about?
Let's say you have like a 2-year warranty on it. I would save the box for those 2 years just in case.
Oh, would you really? Oh, that's great. We'd have like a house of boxes.
But you already have a house of boxes.
Yeah, but I don't want to contribute to it because I'm constantly want to throw those things out.
Okay, look.
So a fire hazard.
Here's the thing.
What?
I feel your pain based on you laughing at your wife and her actually being right. That really sucks, right? Now you have to stand there and tell her to her face that she was right, which sucks because she's going to do a well-earned victory lap. You also now lose the right to tell her, no, I don't need that for everything that she wants to keep.
Yeah.
I understand.
That being said, it is very weird that you don't save boxes.
Yeah, but you're king clutter.
No.
You like cluttery stuff.
It ain't. Cluttery stuff is my favorite sugary popcorn.
Can't get enough of that cluttery stuff.
You are one of the few people I know that don't save boxes and receipts on the expensive stuff that you buy.
Instructions, all that stuff.
Kimmy, are you a box saver?
If it's something like that where I know like these things break often or I've spent a lot of money on it, I can't bring myself to throw out the box right away.
So if
also, if it fits anything that I had to put together, like it has instructions, I feel the need to save the box just in case I take it apart and I have to put it back together.
You go on YouTube and I'll tell you how to do everything.
Or I could just look at the instructions.
I'd rather just watch the guy and I just follow along.
No, because you never know what those YouTube things, like some of them are good and some of them are bad, but I got to watch the whole 10 minutes of it to figure out
you got to read that whole
invested.
booklet on the history of coffee machines.
Or if it has extra parts to it, I'm putting that stuff in the box.
In the box, and the box goes to the basement.
Yeah.
I'm also not extra parts guy.
What do you mean
Toss,
not
the
extra parts?
screws or whatever? You don't.
It's okay.
So what do you think? The thing's gonna fall apart?
Yes, that's why
I'm
they give you
assuming
the
they
extra
gave.
stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm King Toss, bro.
Look, until you told us this story, I didn't realize it was weird to keep the boxes. Because I think I have every box for every cell phone that I have ever bought.
Yeah, you guys hold on to your cell phone.
I thought everybody saved the cell phone,
No.
the iPhone box. I thought everybody saved it.
I take them out back and burn them with the leaves. No, I drop them off at that box that they have at Wegmans.
I have every cell phone I've ever purchased. I have every box for the cell phone. I have
Why?
every sticker that Apple gives you with the box.
Yeah.
I've saved every one of those stickers in the box.
They have these little accessories in the
But that
box
crap's
that you probably
obsolete.
never even use.
You're saying like obsolete technology for what?
I don't
Also,
know. I can't get rid of it.
These things need to go into the landfill so they can leak into our water systems.
It's just a box, idiot.
the fancier the box, too, the more likely I am to keep.
yeah.
Like those are some sturdy boxes that they put those phones in,
That's
and
a
I'm
cool
like,
thing.
I'm always like, yeah, maybe I'll use this for something else. Fully knowing I will never touch that box again.
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
Because your wife likes to shop fancy once in a while, right?
Sure. What lady doesn't?
Well, one right over here. Let's start with that one. She got no fancy box unless it says like tops or ticks. So let's say your wife buys something fancy designer.
Okay.
And they always put it in that fancy bag or the
Sure.
designer box.
Oh, yeah.
Does your wife save those?
Of course,
So does
man.
mine.
Of
Like they're
course.
like lined up, man.
It's like a status symbol.
It is, but to no one.
I know.
So
Well, those bags are worth money, and I'm not kidding you.
who's buying that goddamn?
No, she's
People
right.
do.
They sell them on the
People
side.
Not a
do.
handbag,
They're like
it's a shopping bag.
I know. Those shopping bags, people will resell
I don't
those
get
for
it,
money.
man. And so, like, anytime I get something delivered to the house,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll say, like, I got some new shoes, right? And she goes, "Oh, well, you got new shoes? When did you get those?" I got a couple days ago. So I didn't see them because I've already got them out of the box. I've thrown out the box. They're already in the closet, ready to go.
You throw out your shoe boxes?
Yeah.
Why?
What am I gonna do for it?
Keep your
What am I-
shoes in 'em.
in case I find turtles
Keep your-
in the backyard and I want to take them to school? No, I have a shoe rack. What am I saving a shoe box?
I keep all of my shoes in the shoe boxes. that they
No,
come
mine
in.
go in a shoe rack.
No. You keep. They're easily stackable when you keep them in the
They make
box.
it stackable. But you also own like 10 billion pairs of sneakers.
Not like you idiot.
No, I don't say boxes.
You love to be organized. You know you're wrong because you're doing the so sound.
You can't appreciate a good box.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy bought a coffee maker like a month ago. Spent a lot of money on
Yeah,
it.
the nice one.
Crapped the bed, and his wife, who saves everything after it crapped the bed, said, no problem. Grab the box, and we'll send it back to Amazon. Except Tommy didn't save the box. Tommy is not a box saver.
And this thing came with accessories that I don't use.
So you
You
toss
threw those out?
I don't use them.
252 WCMF, is there a number that you spend where you have to save the box? Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good. So I'm the same way as Tommy. I throw everything out. As soon as I get it, it's gone. And, like just like tools. If I go out and buy a tool and some of them are big-ass boxes, I just throw them out.
Really?
Get rid of them.
Really?
Yeah.
I've done that too, even with big stuff.
But, like, what if the tool or the thing craps the bed and you don't have the box?
It'll be fine.
Well, I don't buy tools on Amazon or anywhere like that because usually I'll go to, like, the Home Depot or Lowe's or to, one of the distributors that we go through, so that if I have an issue, all they have to do is look up the serial number and know when I
this is what you
purchased
sound
it,
like,
and they
stupid.
can
This is
warranty
what you
it.
sound
I
like.
also don't do that. So I just bought a power washer, right?
Okay, yeah.
So I went and bought that power washer, and I had it delivered from Amazon. And I literally opened it up, threw everything out that I didn't think I needed. Then I went on YouTube to figure out how to use this thing, and it worked like a charm.
You're the stupidest person I've ever met in my life.
But it took me no time at all.
Okay.
And everything was out.
Okay. You're not using it the right way. I'm confident you are not using that power washer.
The water squirts out the right end.
So, Petey.
Well, now that Tommy brought that up, I completely forgot about this. Like last year, my neighbor couldn't get his power washer to work. They just bought, and he just put it at the curb. And I said, "Hey, what's wrong with it?" He goes, "I can't get it to start." So I grabbed it from the curb, cleaned the carburetor, started right up. He's just standing in his driveway staring at me.
You didn't give it back, you dick?
I offered it back to him. He did not want it back.
Okay, well, now he can't
all
take
right,
it back.
that's fair.
It's kind of like
Yeah.
slapping him right on the
You
penis.
power shamed him.
Yeah. Power shamed him. Petey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I didn't know damn things had carburetors.
It's in the box.
Oh, it is?
It says it right on the box.
Oh, it was in the box.
What's weird, Kimmy, about this to me, I thought saving boxes and receipts was more of a guy thing than it was a chick thing. Guys are always the prepared ones. We're the control freaks. We're the ones that try to squeeze every dime out of everything we buy. Like, if you were to walk into the garage shed basement of most men who own homes, there is a museum of products that range from Sears to Circuit City to Home Depot and Lowe's.
Is it a guy thing versus a woman thing, or are you the way your parents were, where like I save the boxes because I always told you have to save the box, you got to keep the receipt, and I think it's almost more a habit you learn from your parents, whether it's your mom or your dad. You almost feel that guilt when you throw away the box, like I'm not supposed to be doing this.
You might be right. So I like to collect the sports stuff.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you've been doing it since I knew you were a kid with no money.
So like I have
you lived in a box.
I have a pretty good bobblehead collection now, right? Every bobblehead I've ever gotten, I still have the box for.
So for what reason?
Well, in case that bobblehead skyrockets in value, it will be more valuable with the original box.
So it's like an investment box.
But I have
This is like, I'm going to flip this box.
I have a giant box that contains many smaller bobblehead boxes in case, and I have also, I've broken them down by league and my NHL.
So they're organized.
Well, yeah, the boxes are organized. Yes.
Here's the thing: like, you're so organized and particular about your sports memorabilia.
Yep.
Probably because that's how your dad was. Like, he let everything else go in the house, but was he particular about his?
No, he wasn't.
No,
he just threw it in a big pile.
I thought like that's kind of where you got it from.
Because you were raised in clutter, right?
Yeah,
I'm assuming your house is very cluttered.
Yeah, we were a clutter family.
Yeah.
Okay, we were so cluttered. You ready for this?
How cluttered
were you?
You just reminded me. So my dad's buddy owned a power wash self-storage unit. It was called Power Pig. Okay. So it was out in Gates. I don't know if you guys remember this. I remember Big TV, the television station in town.
Yeah.
So he bought advertising on this station, and they were going to produce this television commercial for him. And he asked my dad if we could be in it because our house was so cluttered.
Oh, really?
So I remember I was like, this commercial has to still. If this commercial has to still
it's
exist
gotta be
somewhere.
On YouTube.
Bro, I'm 12 years old. I'm in it. Right? Like,
what are y'all doing?
My mom, my dad, we're standing like, we have all this stuff that we don't want to give away. And it's like individual. I think my line was stuff I need to keep. Right? So, yeah, the joke was like, we have too much stuff and now we're going to go bring it all to this like
storage unit.
Exactly. But like our house was so full of crap.
And he knew this was a good one.
Yeah. My dad was so busted. His buddy, former coworker, was like, hey, can we go over to your crap house and shoot this commercial, please?
One step away from hoarders.
Oh, God.
That's amazing.
If anyone can find that commercial, Power Pig mobile wash and storage unit.
Damn.
Big TV circa 2000.
Oh, it's got to be out there.
Come on. Do your thing, Internet. All right, let's take a break. The Olympic Games officially kick off tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, right?
Yeah, tomorrow during the day.
Oh, yeah, their night, our day.
Thank you.
European night.
And... Look, there are things that you should do for your partner. For example, save boxes to save money. But you also want to be there for their biggest moments. There was one man who is getting special permission to leave his job to make sure he can support the most important person in his life. And for some reason, a lot of people have a big problem with this.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's a great time to be a sports fan, Tommy.
What's going on, buddy?
NFL camps are open. The Paris Olympic opening ceremonies are happening in about 24 hours.
All right.
But Bill's camp is not the only NFL camp going on right now.
We got more camp?
That's true. And those very Paris Olympics that will be very Paris Olympics.
Yeah.
That will be causing one NFLer not to be in camp for a couple of days. Not because he's competing.
Yeah.
But because someone close to him is.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Jonathan Owens is a safety for the Chicago Bears. He recently signed a 2-year, $4.7 million contract, making the Bears his new team.
Nice.
But despite having never taken a snap with the franchise, he will be missing at least the first week of training camp.
Why is that?
Well, Owens is married to superstar gymnast Simone Biles.
Oh, my God. She's like the number one athlete in the world.
Yeah, right now she is.
I mean, all the advertising is her
Right.
for the Olympics.
Now, because he is married to Simone Biles, he will be missing training camp to travel to Paris to support his wife in what will most likely be her last ever Olympics.
Well, you got to support your lover, or she going to find another.
Especially,
Can we not do the
I
Isley
know,
brothers?
I know. Especially coming off the last Olympics where she was like criticized for like taking herself out of the competition.
Yep.
Like I would think now more than ever you have to be there for moral support if you're her husband.
I would think,
You
I would
know?
think
Oh,
so.
you got to go, man.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the thing. So the Bears have given him permission to go. In fact, their head coach, Matt Eberflus, if I'm not mistaken, said it was great and that he'd be cheering her on from afar as well.
Yeah.
But it is super rare that any NFL player misses training camp for anything. It like never happens.
Right.
And the players that are currently sitting out waiting new contracts are being fined $50,000 a day
Damn.
for not being there. Would you bail on a job as important as this to support your wife?
In this situation where she really eclipses you by 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes,
She's the
absolutely.
bigger name.
By the way, you don't even, if that's your old lady, you don't even need this gig. She is going to be so goddamn wealthy.
She
probably
think
already is.
You're a popcorn fart compared to her wealth.
Well, you think so?
She's the most marketable athlete in the world right now.
But this is her last Olympics.
yeah, and
Yeah.
then she's going to go on to just be a superstar celebrity.
Name another gymnast.
Mary Lou
Nadia
Retton.
Oh, damn it.
There are a lot. I
but
mean,
that's 40
I
years
think
ago.
her name though is going to live on for a while.
Right. The
I really
story's
do.
amazing. She does things that nobody's ever done before, and she's marketable. I mean, she's an attractive. It's like a model doing this sport.
I am not. Kimmy is not making your face. Kimmy, thoughts?
What?
Thoughts on that
She
statement?
is attractive. Something just about when you say it.
She's like a model. She's like a backflipping model. Look, I'm not arguing the woman's not great.
She's going to be way more wealthy than he is.
You know her. Can you name the athlete Pat just said? Her husband.
Chuck Smith.
See, I don't. I mean,
Okay.
even if this guy has
Adobe
a great
Myers,
career,
Adobe Myers.
she's
I don't
still going to
know.
be the
Don't
bigger.
download that. You'll get a virus on your computer.
She's
You were
still
saying?
going to be the bigger name.
I'm not
in that
arguing
relationship.
He's not even the most important person on his team.
Oh my God.
He's not even the richest person on that team.
No, he signed a $4.7 million contract. It's an average veteran
Yeah.
contract in
I
the
would
NFL. Look,
argue-
you're right that she's making more money.
Yeah.
I would
right?
argue, though, that makes it more difficult for him to leave the team when you are not the guy. You know what I mean?
Okay. I find it weird, Tommy, that you, because Kimmy, I'm assuming you're fine with him going over to Paris.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I find this take weird from you.
Why?
252-WCMF 252-9263, because you are one of these idiots that believes you shouldn't miss an NFL, MLB, NHL game for the birth of a child.
Okay. Yeah.
It looks like Adobe
Yeah.
Myers just got downloaded into his brain.
No, but I'm saying, but that's like, come on.
What the
This is the
beginning of a
Olympics.
life?
The Olympics are more important than a baby.
You don't even like the Olympics.
Babies come and go, but the Olympics are only every 4 years.
What are you talking about?
Nobody's going to line a river to watch you have this kid.
I don't know. It depends on how you're doing it. I bet you if you put a woman giving birth out in the middle of a boat, they'd line the river.
You could put Moses in that river. He ain't drawing 300,000.
Bro, it is way more important to be there for the birth of your child. than
Especially
it
the
is-
first one.
Yes.
By the way, it really ain't. The kid's not going to remember it. Your wife's just
Your wife
screaming.
will.
She's just screaming at you.
She's just screaming at you. All right.
I mean, especially if you bring.
I would argue both are important. You could say that.
Which one's more important?
What's that?
Oh,
All
I
right, let's
would-
say, Kimmy, Simone Biles,
Yeah.
the Bears go, listen, man, listen. We can't have you missing a ton of time. You can we'll give you this time off to go to Paris, but you can't go to the birth of your child or vice versa.
I think like the birth of your child would be the more important event.
Thank you. Yes. How is that even an argument?
And both big events, but the thing that I'm struggling with too is we've seen there have been guys in the past who their team will put out a video of them watching their wife or girlfriend competing in the Olympics.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we haven't seen guys leave camp or practice to go watch their significant other compete in the Olympics, but like this guy's kind of just saying, I don't care, I guess. I'm going.
Well, that would be my concern here because, let's bring this back down to normal life, right?
Right.
So 252 WCMF, again, we're talking about Jonathan Owens. Excuse me. He is the husband of gymnast Simone Biles. He just signed a contract with the Bears, 2 years, $4.7 million. It's a new team, but he will be missing parts of training camp, the beginning of it, to go watch his wife compete in Paris. And despite the fact that the Bears told him to go and the head coach in Chicago was like, this is a great idea, we're happy for him, there are lots of people who have a problem with it. So, Tommy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say my wife wins an award in Paris.
Dan, the Doctor of the Year.
Greatest
Doctor of the Paris Olympics.
She wins the award for Doctor of the
All
Paris
right, she gets a big
dermatology
All right.
#1 in the world,
Yeah.
whatever. All right. And I have to take a week and go to Paris.
Mm-hmm.
Doing the show together without me, you wouldn't look at Kimmy and be like, oh, can you believe?
Oh, we'll make fun of you, but no. I would want you to go
All right, let me ask you
and
a
be
question.
selfish and go.
Same situation, right? Spazzano's wife down the hall.
Mm-hmm.
She gets some major award. He's going to miss 2 weeks of work to go be with her through all the festivities for it.
What about it?
Well, he's going to leave the show for 2 weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
What about it?
You wouldn't say anything about that?
Oh, I'd make fun of him, sure. But I understand it. But I could understand a mock.
Okay, so you would have no problem, Kimmy. You would have no problem if I went for a week to Paris to watch my wife get an award or compete in something.
No, like I would encourage you to do
Yes.
All
this.
the extra work you would have to do.
Yes.
I'm not here.
No,
Oh,
I'll be
look
here.
at
I'll be
her. All of a
No.
sudden, here goes Kimmy.
I'll be in the fill the gap. Relax,
It's
kid.
more work.
I got
for,
you.
It's more work for me if you try to do both.
Oh.
No, I'm just okay. So I'm going to be gone.
Yeah.
Well, no, my choice is stay here and do the show while
Yeah.
my wife goes by herself,
Right,
or
right,
go
right.
with
You
her
go.
while you do all that
Yes.
work.
I'll sit here and I'll pick up the slack with
love you
Kimmy.
guys.
And it'll
I
be
always
fine.
encourage you. We're always like, you can go do something with your family.
I'll
and
stay
you
till
don't.
10:15.
I love you guys. Well, the mic's on, guys. Anything for your family. As soon as I walk in, I mean, the thing here too, he doesn't really have a choice here. Like, if you follow this guy at all, Simone Biles at all, she's at every game that he has.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no,
Like,
yeah. I think didn't they make her like an honorary cheerleader for the day or something
in Houston.
like that?
That's where they met. Yeah.
All right.
So
Yeah.
she followed him from Houston to Green Bay.
Oh, really?
And then now he's in Chicago. So she's been like at every game doing her
Right.
thing
Yeah,
when she's
she
not
supported
training.
him. So it's got to go the other way around.
Yeah, and I mean, like,
Because
she's-
hers is so short. I mean, she has a week pretty much of competing, and then she's done.
he does have to stay in shape though. How do you work out for an NFL season in Paris?
Just lay off the cheese board.
No, but like, how do you replicate the intensity of an NFL training camp in
Bro,
France?
I've seen some of that training camp.
What are you talking
Some
about?
of it's just standing around. They're not like killing themselves every minute.
Bro, they're
he can go hit the weight room.
There's working out past what you see on the field. I mean, they're out running routes, they're making connections.
Hey, the river's clean. Jump in there. When they're not using the track, use that. By the way, all the machines are there. She's at the Olympic Village. By the way, good luck getting his big ass in one of them beds.
He's a safety. He's not that big.
How big?
He's probably shorter than I am.
250?
No, smaller than 250.
All right.
Kimmy, can we get a height and weight
Because,
for
you know,
Bears safety Jonathan Owens?
they made them beds so you can't bang.
Yeah.
And by the way, if she wins gold, she's going to be the star of this whole Olympics.
Agreed.
The star.
Agreed.
Like, it's going to be just an amazing thing to be around. And it's your woman.
Jonathan Owens is 5'11".
All right.
Oh, yeah.
We got to wait. Can he bang in the non-bangable bed without breaking? 'Cause
Wait,
Wait, is she-
209.
she's tiny.
Are they allowed in the Olympic Village?
I don't
Or does
know
he
if-
have to stay outside?
She might have a roommate. Not
No.
that would necessarily.
She ain't got no roommate.
I think they
She's
all,
number
like-
one.
No, I mean he's right. I don't think you have. I mean,
This
possible.
chick's got a security team around her.
you think so?
Yes. You don't think, like, she's that big of a star where she moves around? She's got
She's not
dudes.
the Pope.
She's bigger than the Pope.
No, she's actually not. She's only like 4'7".
He has more gold than she does, but she's got security. You'd have to, man.
More than the rest of the athletes?
Yes.
What, are they going to try and kidnap Simone Biles? Sounds like a bad 80s
Bro, you
movie.
can put her in a handbag.
We have your gold medal gymnast.
I'm guessing she's just going to travel with the team, which probably has security around it.
For her.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dave. Hey, Dave, how are you, brother?
Hey, W, how you doing?
Good, man.
Your misogyny is showing just a little bit, Duff. Because if it was flipped around, and he was the best gymnast in the world, and we had this massive thing, you'd completely expect her to show up and be for a job.
Oh, no. I'll go. I was surprised last night when I found out that she was traveling back and forth to Green Bay while he was playing because she's been preparing for these Olympics for the last year and a half. I'm telling you, man, it has nothing to do with gender. It has everything to do with, are you supposed to be there to support your spouse? And let me be clear, I would also expect someone else to go. I was shocked, Dave, that so many people had a problem with him leaving yesterday.
Oh, okay. All right. I misunderstood.
How dare you, Dave?
I would absolutely be going over there if I was him. So.
Okay, what do you do for a living, Dave, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm a hydrogeologist.
Oh, we've talked to Dave before. Okay, so Dave, you have coworkers that rely on you on a daily basis to do jobs.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think they would be completely cool with you going and having to pick up your slack, A, and B, would you feel guilt leaving them with mountains of work that you have left them going to cheer on your wife and Perry?
No, because that's what happens when I go on vacation.
Okay. All right, Dave, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You too.
There goes geologist Dave.
Rock boy.
It would be a bad look on the NFL to fine him, but are there if you can't just skip the first week of camp, can you, without fines?
No, $50,000 a day is the CBA bargaining.
But they're giving him a pass.
Yeah, they told him to go. It's 50.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
there are guys right now.
Right. I didn't know if there weren't really any exceptions for that.
If you are not at camp, it's $50,000 a day.
Yeah, and it's great promotion for the NFL. Not that they need it.
Yeah, no, I really hope that upstart gets a break.
And the Bears could use it, right? Because they've been sucking for
they have the first overall pick. They went to a Super Bowl 20 years ago. What are you talking about?
But they're a team that hasn't been very good in the last 10 years.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, they had the first overall pick twice recently. Kimmy, would you be as supportive of him going if he was going to miss an actual NFL game?
Yeah, I think it would be cool. I think it's him saying you're more important than me. Her career is more important than mine.
And it is.
But we talk about how relatively short her career is,
Yeah.
which is absolutely true.
Right.
It's the same with NFL players. The average NFL player plays just over 2.5 seasons, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean,
I know what you're saying, but I still think her stuff's more important.
If he had to miss a game, should he go?
Oh, yeah.
You lying-ass bitch.
Hey, bro, you follow the money. You follow the fame.
What if she leaves? I mean, look, there's no guarantee, and I hope I'm wrong, right?
Even if she left you, it would be a good look to be there for her,
Right.
no matter what she does.
Tommy keeps saying, you want to keep stroking the goose that lays the golden egg. If they split, he abandoned his, he gave up. I guess not gave up's the word. What's the word I'm looking for? Sacrificed, some of his career for the sake of seeing her, which is the right husband thing to do. I mean, you do have to be selfish every once in a while for the sake of your potential future.
Yes.
You should know that better than anybody.
But she's got the brighter future.
Okay.
He could get hit in the head, and she's got to take care of him for the rest of her life.
No, you're right. You're right.
Watch your ass.
But truer words have never been spoken.
Watch your ass.
He could get hit in the head. She got to take care of him for the rest of his life. Why not watch your ass?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a break. Nobody listening is a former NFL player, right? But we have our bodies are beat up from just getting older.
Sure.
Your joints hurt, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
And there are so many creams and pills and things that they say will work to help that out.
Got to cream them joints.
Turns out you don't.
Oh, well, I do.
Turns out this very natural thing will help with your pain. Look, it sounds crazy.
I just eat it and I feel better?
No, it's food. But you don't eat it. You put it on you.
I rub it on me?
There are doctors saying this actually works.
Okay.
We'll tell you what it is. If you got joint pain, do not go anywhere. And get yourself some cabbage. Next to the break room. Let's see about Everybody deals with joint pain, right?
Oh, sure.
The older you get, your elbows, your knees, your back, your neck.
Part of growing old.
Your neck, your back, your and your crack. And it costs a fortune to try and treat it, right? Like the pills and then the creams.
Yeah.
You don't know what works, what doesn't. Well, I got some good news, buddy.
What's that?
Your solution is in the vegetable aisle.
What am I doing?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. A video that's gone viral has a doctor, a legitimate doctor here, saying that he's a pain management specialist. If you have joint pain, to wrap your joints in cabbage.
How do I do that?
Okay, you take the cabbage leaf off.
Right.
You put it on where the joint pain is.
Like
whether
an
it's
ace
your knee
bandage.
Yeah. And that will fix
Bro,
your...
that don't work.
Quote, it is believed the cabbage contained compounds with certain anti-inflammatory properties. The leaves are typically applied to the affected area after being chilled. Research published in 2022 found that a compress of cabbage leaves compress of cabbage leaves administered for at least an hour was just as effective in improving knee function and pain as a cooling gel pad that is used for 20 minutes, which is also recommended by doctors.
So how does it get to my joint? Just because it's cold?
Through the skin? I don't know. If your skin
I mean, there's
absorbs
something in the cabbage that gets to my joints?
it says. Now, by the way, this guy who did it, he took a whole head of cabbage, it looks like, cut it in half, and like saran wrapped it to his leg. But apparently, it sounds like the anti-inflammatory properties from the cabbage, whatever chemicals, will get into your skin and into the joint.
Because you think, like, if I ate cabbage, it would get into my system, maybe fix
Faster?
the joint.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, wouldn't it also work to eat it?
I don't know.
Because they tell you, like, pineapple's supposed to help you with inflammation.
No,
but
that's when you're...
But you're not wrapping...
That's when you're...
Oh, so it is?
You know that, right?
What?
If women can eat pineapples, if they have the...
And it fixes it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You guys have heard that?
I don't think it fixes it. I think it's...
Makes it smell like a pina colada?
I don't think it has
if
anything
you
to...
like pina
I don't think it
colada.
has anything to do with smell.
I thought... No, Google it. I'm telling you.
So
no,
it
I
cleans
know
it-
what you're talking about.
so
it
it
doesn't have
cleans
to
it
do
up?
with smell.
What's it do then?
It has more... I don't know how to say it without getting dumped.
Kimmy, I have a question that I'm asking you. What does it do?
It has more to do with...
Well, we're adults having a
it's
conversation.
another sense that it...
Like it see?
Nope. Something that you... I don't know.
Kimmy, I don't have a vagina. I don't know how this works. I was told that
It's more for you than it is for her.
But I don't have a vagina.
Wait,
I'm
it
confused.
changes the taste?
That's what I thought I couldn't say, but you just said it.
Well, of the pineapple.
Yes.
Okay.
So it kind of gives it like a pineapple. It's like your...
Wait, if that changed, how would the scent not change?
I've never heard of it being a scent thing. I thought
always
it was
heard
more of the
inflammation.
other thing.
Well, no, because
If you have
pineapple,
an inflamed vagina.
pineapple eats you while you're eating pineapple. You know that, right?
No.
The chemical compounds in
What's it do?
pineapple breaks down your skin.
Oh. So it's good for you?
Well, I mean, I guess, yeah. But like, if you hold a pineapple in your mouth, it will start to dissolve your mouth.
By the way, there's no actual evidence that supports that theory. Just want to point that out.
I'm sorry, Tommy.
Say that again.
If you hold pineapple in your mouth,
I can put a pineapple in my mouth.
in your
Piece of
tongue,
pineapple.
it will start to dissolve your skin and the flesh in your mouth.
Like it eats your tongue.
It eats you while you're eating it. That's what pineapple does.
Well, that doesn't tell you you should eat it, then.
Google it, Kimmy. Back me up on this, please.
What am I Googling?
Does pineapple eat you while you're eating pineapple? Thank you.
But
that doesn't sound like we should even be touching it.
Oh, I mean, it's good for you, I guess.
Is it? It's eating my innards.
Well, no, because your stomach acid just like eliminates everything. It eats it. You know.
I don't know how it works.
Pineapples can have a destructive effect on the tissues of your body.
If you hold it in your mouth too long?
It's something about an enzyme that breaks down proteins.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I just say? Stupid. Not the only Dr. Duffy ain't hanging out in Henrietta, Bright Town Line Road. 252 WCMF. Again, going back to the initial story we have, a head of cabbage can fix all your joint pain. All right, so I don't know if this is true.
What's
Study says it's the same as a cold compress. Maybe that's because the cabbage is also cold. Who knows?
All right.
But as someone who has dealt with back pain and joint pain and everything like you
Yes.
have,
Yeah.
are you willing to get a half a head of cabbage and wrap your knees and elbows in saran wrap with it to feel better?
I mean, if it worked, yeah.
But the only way to know if it would work is if you tried it.
Yeah, but I'm not.
So you wouldn't
Can't
do
hurt
that.
to try.
It sounds like a waste of time.
Well, here's the thing that could hurt, Kimmy. Like, you know, they have, what do they call that? The placebo effect,
Yeah.
where you get so excited about something working that you
You've
actually...
convinced yourself.
It's in your head.
Yeah. I mean, that would be the thing that sucks, is like you stop doing all the other stuff to wrap cabbage around your legs, and then
Okay.
it turns out
Yeah.
it didn't help you at all when everything comes back.
Yeah, I'm
right?
thinking like ice or a cold compress.
I get it, but
probably
cold
makes me feel
compress...
the same.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't
Because
have...
this is cold too, right? That's part of it.
Yes, they said chill the cabbage and then put it in. But it does go back to like different cultures from around the world using this stuff.
Yeah, this sounds pretty backwoods, like old school.
Well, but there is some backwoods, old school stuff that actually they discovered works.
Natural remedies.
Well, okay, but then no, let's not go down that road.
That's kind of what it sounds
Let's
like.
not go down that road because then you got all these weirdos going, all you got to do is
This
eat
is
this
the most
fruit.
natural thing. I mean, you're not adding anything to it.
I mean, I
Right?
like good American pharmaceuticals in my system.
It's so hard to cut through the noise of like what you just brought up. Again, talking about how if you have inflammation and joint pain, wrapping your knees, elbows, whatever's hurting in cabbage, according to this pain management doctor, could help because of stuff that's in the cabbage.
Yeah.
Like there are things, like I said, that will work that is we've known about for years and years and years, right? But like when you start to go down that road, you have all of these, all of a sudden, like psycho Aaron Rodgers type people that want to be like, "What you got to do with me?" And then you got to do the
Yeah,
thing.
and then you're walking around wrapped in vegetables, thinking you're cured.
But no, then it's like, well, you should get away from all this actual medicine.
Hey, why don't you take this carrot? You're having a problem back there. Take this carrot, put it back there, walk around with it for an hour, clear it right up.
That probably would work, right? I mean, your dad used to, or your dad made your mom use her fingers to get all up in there and clear it out.
That is a legitimate story.
Leanne writes us, cold cabbage leaves have been used for breast mastitis? Mastitis? That sounds like a dog, a big dog. Breast mastitis.
So what are they saying? Like, what does it do to the breast?
During breastfeeding, it makes sense that it could also be used for joint pain too. That's all the information I have.
Oh.
Breast masses. Breast masses.
Like, I guess I get doing that if you have nothing else, but there's so many other options out there. This just seems like it'd be a pain in the butt.
Well, but it's fixing your pain in the knee.
I guess.
And I get to eat the cabbage when I'm done, which is the best
Oh,
part.
You're not eating that cabbage after it's been on your bare skin.
Yeah, your hairy knees.
Oh, God.
Hairy knees.
You're going to get leg hair in that cabbage.
Oh, you boil it out. It'll be
No,
fine.
man. For 69 cents, I'll just eat cabbage that hasn't touched my bowl.
I ate the frozen peas that I used after I got my vasectomy.
But that was in a bag.
Yeah,
Your bag
that's
of
protected.
ball peas.
Bag of ball peas. That also sounds like an Italian name. Hey, it's
Bag of balls.
It's make bag of ball peas. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Ideally, your partner is attractive. That's the person you spend the rest of your life with.
Yeah, you're hoping, right?
Yeah, they say beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
True.
Right? But genetics kind of makes for a complicated situation because if you find that person you're with attractive, odds are they look like their mother or their father.
Right.
And if you think that they're attractive, then that means you must also, at one point in their life, have found their mother or father attractive as well.
Okay.
So when that comes up, you want to talk about a no-win situation.
Yep.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. this is a delicate dance.
What happened?
Well, this compliment would go a long way to making someone you need to like you feel really good about themselves.
Yeah.
But it could also make things really weird depending on how your partner feels about it. And the worst part, Tommy, when this comes up, you do not have any time to think it through. You either say something fast or you deal with the consequences. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30-ish. Our good buddy from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, is live out at Buffalo Bills training camp. We're going to talk to him. Two things I want to talk about.
Okay.
Two things other than what's going on in the field.
Right.
One, we talked this morning how Josh Allen might be a giant nerd.
Oh, yes,
right?
with his card games.
Well, card and board games that he's playing with his teammates. We'll get into that. And it seems, Kimmy, every NFL team other than the Bills is putting out, or they're putting out throwback jerseys this year.
Yeah, I've seen these throughout the offseason. Teams like unveiling them.
Why don't we have the red helmets yet? Why are we not doing the red
helmets?
helmets?
Why are they holding back?
Where are the red helmets? We'll get to it. Just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. The question of the day, were your partner's parents ever hot? And the reason this comes up, we were talking off mic yesterday, and Tommy brought up a situation with your ex-fiance in Kentucky.
Yeah, so her mother, back in the heyday of like air travel, she was a stewardess, for one of the major airlines.
Okay.
And she actually was in a lot of their promotion. They used her in some of their promotional stuff.
So she was like a model.
She was like a model, also a stewardess, and she still had all the photos.
A stewardess.
Yes. So I forget how it happened, but she was showing me these promotional pictures of her as basically a sexy stewardess.
Okay.
In this 1960s, right?
And you are with her daughter at this
We're
point.
all sitting in her mom's office, and she's showing me this stuff, obviously because she's proud of the way she looks, right? Sure. So the woman already doesn't like me for many reasons.
What?
And I'm also sitting with my fiance at the time, her daughter.
Okay.
So she's obviously fishing for comments or compliments,
Yeah.
And she looks very sexy.
So you thought she was attractive?
Oh, there's a reason why they chose her out of all the stewardesses. They had to be the spokesmodel for this airline.
Okay.
I mean, she was a smoke show.
Okay, so she was a smoke show.
Oh, yeah, and she's in like the mini skirt boots thing. I mean, she almost looked like a go-go dancer from the 1960s.
Okay.
That's the only way I can describe it. And she was Southern good looking.
So you told her she was really good looking?
No.
Would you?
Because I didn't want to say that in front of my fiance, saying like, I got a bone for your mom, almost. I don't want that coming out wrong.
You could not say that. You could not say, I have a bone for your mom.
So I didn't know what to say because I'm not smart. And she is hot. But I'm not going to say that.
Did her mom look like she did in those pictures, or had she aged a lot to that point?
She looked like a good-looking, older, rich
So she
woman.
was still really attractive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you have?
What's that?
Would you have?
No, I mean, at that point, no, because I was a kid. I was like 30.
Yeah, a kid, right? He just got his driver's license 34 years old.
No, because she was like 60-something years old.
I just asked a question.
But she was a good-looking older woman. But no. But back in the day, any guy would.
Okay.
I mean, she could have had, I would say this, she was so good-looking back in the day, she could have had any guy on that plane.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
So I don't know what to say. So all I said was, wow, the airline must have thought a lot of you.
You did not say that out loud.
I'm not going to say anything sexual about her body or how she looks.
I mean,
That's the safest thing I could come with.
It's not like he said anything creepy.
No, right. Wow, the airline must have thought a lot of you because he's kind of implying I did. I don't see it. The airline must have.
What else do you say?
I'll take it because I'm not going to go, damn.
Yeah.
I got to go. Can I use the restroom real quick? But I forget what you look like.
The phone number is 256. We got it, man.
Well, in case some people didn't
That's
get it.
the second. Go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say the same thing. We
Second
don't need
time
that
today.
many motions in one show.
Yes, you've done into the live stream the JO motion. It's a live JO stream. All right, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I think this is more common than people realize, whether it comes from the actual parent or whether it comes from the person that you're with. Yeah. Is my mom, is my dad attractive? Like, they want to, if it's the mother or father,
right,
like you said, they want to show off what they were when they were young and beautiful, and you end up getting caught in the crosshairs.
Yes.
So do you tell them that they were attractive, or are you afraid that will piss off your partner? 252-WCMF. I find it weird that both of you guys think that your partner would be upset if you had said their mother or father was hot.
Well, I didn't say that. I said
I meant women, father hot. Now I'm like, well, your dad, look at him.
Well, but
I got a dad boner.
It would depend on if, like, let's say your wife her whole life got, you look just like your mother. You know what I mean? Maybe it would be, maybe she wouldn't really get so upset if you thought her mom was attractive, because you're also kind of, you're saying you're also attractive. You know what I'm saying?
Like, sure, I'm also attracted to you because you look like you.
But that's how genetics work. Like,
But
if you
you're
are,
bringing it up.
if you're into her daughter, you would have almost certainly banged her mom back in the day.
Right, but does anybody want to hear that?
I'm guessing the people that are going to get annoyed are the people that have heard how beautiful their parent is their whole life, but nobody ever gave the compliment to them.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Yes.
So do you remember when Leah Lando was on the show many years ago? We were on a remote.
Yes.
And Leah was the TV here for many years.
Leah was the TV. Yeah, so Leah was the TV for many years. Yeah.
And she anchored and stuff, and a very attractive woman.
Yes.
You remember when I brought up how I saw a picture of her mother and how hot I thought she was? And this is a picture of her mother back in the day when Leah was like a little girl.
Okay, I don't remember the interaction, but go on.
She got very uncomfortable when I said, "My God!"
she did?
I go, man, your mother was beautiful. She was a smoke show. She kind of got pissed off that I said it. Even like, she kind of got embarrassed, but kind of pissed off.
Okay.
And Leah Lando's a good-looking woman.
Okay, what are you doing?
I'm just saying, like, even though she's good-looking,
doing right
the fact that I said her mother was pissing her off.
Yeah, but you're also not in a relationship with Leah Lando. I think it's different. Yeah,
But
if
it still pissed her off.
If some weirdo guy she's never met before goes, "You got a pretty hot mom." Yeah, I get why that would be bothersome. If I'm sitting on a couch with my entire in-law situation and mom's pictures on the wall and she goes, "Yeah, I used to be a looker back in the day," I don't think it's wrong to say, "Yeah, you were a very attractive woman." Damn!
No, but I'm also saying that if she, Leah Lando, heard that about her mother her whole life, it might bother her.
If she didn't also receive a compliment.
Right.
Like if you said, "Wow, your mom's so pretty, you look just like her." If that was the way the compliment was framed, you may not have a problem with it. But if it was just somebody constantly telling you how hot your mom was,
it's going to piss you off.
It may just be one of those things where it's like, okay, shut up, I get it. I've been hearing this forever.
All right, let me ask you a question, because I feel like we might have hit a nerve here.
Oh no, I was going to bring up a different point, but go ahead.
Okay, well, in a sec.
Yeah.
Your mother is a very attractive woman now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I can only imagine. Wow. Did people tell you looked like your mother growing up?
Yeah, they did a lot.
So they lied to your face.
Maybe, but whatever. I was going to say, I think it would bother me more. I think it would bother a son more for people to say their mom was hot. I think it would bother a daughter more for people to say your dad was hot.
Okay, but see, now we're doing a different dive here, because no dad or I'm not going to go to my wife and be like, "Damn, your dad was hot when he was back."
Not you, but maybe other women.
That's what I know, and that's what I'm trying to get at here. Is like, you're right. If random other people are saying your parent looks hot, I get that. That's why it would bother you. I think if you are in a relationship, it is not inappropriate when you are put in that situation to say, "Yeah, your mom, your dad was a smoke."
So, my sister-in-law's her dad. He was a good-looking guy, Southern dude. He kind of looked like the Marlboro Man.
Okay.
His whole life, and she got it constantly about her dad. And even when he aged, like he was 80, and some of these girls go, "You know what, man? I jump your daddy now." Even when he was 80, and it would bother the hell out of her.
I think it bugs me more for people to think that of my dad than my mom.
But your dad is good looking.
I know. I hear it from you guys all the time.
Do other women say that to your face?
No, but if they did, it would bug me.
Does it bug you when we tell you your dad's a handsome man?
Not you guys. You guys are just
Well,
idiots.
we call him a porn star. So we just say he looks like a 70s porn star.
You call him a porn star.
And you jump
I
right
have never
on
once
it.
said, no, I know you would jump on her porn star dad. I have never once said her dad looks like a porn star, because that's disrespectful. He can do much higher quality films.
Think of how you've tortured buddies in the past about their mothers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but again,
like it's never not going to be annoying to that person.
But I don't look at my buddy and go, your mother was a very attractive woman, or is a very attractive woman. You want to bang your mom. That's what we would say.
So
you're saying the same thing. We all know what you mean.
All right, so one of the situations I was in with that particular situation with my fiance and her mom.
Again, just to recap, Tommy told us a story yesterday off the air. I forget how we got there, but long story short, his ex-fiance in Kentucky was sitting around with her mother and her, and this woman had worked as a stewardess, was used in promo stuff for the airline she worked for, and was beautiful. And you said this woman pulled out the pictures and was looking for you to say she looks hot.
Right, and I said, well, the airline must have thought a lot of you to put you in these promotions, right? The other problem I had to deal with, and I'm not trying to be cruel here, but this is how life works.
But
my fiance was not as attractive as her mom. She was cute, but her mother was stunning. And that would also be an issue if I say that and she feels like
Yeah,
I'm
don't
not.
say that.
No, but if she's feeling it,
Yeah.
if she feels that she's not as attractive as
Okay.
her mother, and I go, "Oh my God, you are beautiful," that's
But that kind of leads into like if she's heard that her whole life,
right,
then
and
it's
she
going to
can't
bug
measure.
her more.
If she does, her figure didn't match up to her mother's.
Oh,
Wow.
my. You
All
didn't
right.
have to. You didn't have to.
You could have just stuck with she was cute.
Always
She was
too far.
She was a little cutie, but Mama walks in the room. She's sucking all this sexual oxygen.
Oh my God.
Goes to Mama.
The sexual oxygen.
Yes.
Soxygen, as they call
The
it.
Soxygen goes right into Mamagen.
I don't even know what to say. All right,
But yeah,
252.
it's a delicate dance, man. You don't know how these things are going to go.
The easiest thing to say out loud is, "Oh my God, now I know why your daughter is so beautiful."
She wasn't.
You don't. She's gonna take that as a compliment, you jackass. How are you so stupid? How are you the
I
dumbest
thought I had
man I've ever
I thought
met
I
in
had
my
like
life?
the best line ever when I said what I said.
Wow, did that get included in your pension doing those work?
No
252
pensions back then, unfortunately. Where they treated these girls.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Carl. Hey, Carl, how's it going, buddy?
What's up, Duff? How you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Nothing. I can't believe Tommy said that.
What?
I could see him saying something else. You know what I mean?
Like what, Carl?
Like she was hot. You know, the way Tommy is, Tommy usually doesn't hold back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, except when he's
That's
acting
why I
like a
never get
big
to-
ass bitch in front of his fiance and her mom, bitch ass bitch.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
All right,
I was gonna say, hey, yeah, I see. Told his fiance, I see where you got your looks from. You know?
Yeah, see,
Thank
that's
you.
as simple as that.
It's that easy.
But that almost sounds like, man, if she wasn't available,
No.
No, it doesn't. You psycho.
Yeah.
grab that ass.
Carl, let me ask you a question. Like here, my statement is this: you can never go wrong telling your partner's mother she is attractive. They eat it up, right, Carl? Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly.
And
And top it off with, I see where you got your looks from, and then you got all your bases covered.
I would go out of my way to compliment my girlfriend's mothers. I would go out of my way to tell them that they are beautiful. Go out of my way, and it always worked.
They love that shizizzo. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Carl. Kizarro. Carl, great to talk to you, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Okay.
There goes Carl. Man, he's right. He's dead on. Is that why you're so bad with women? Did you really think complimenting their mothers was going to blow up in your face?
But you got to understand,
If you say you look like your mom, I don't think that's a weird thing to say to somebody.
okay, but if you were showing a picture of
Damn,
them,
you got too much of your dad. You got your dad's big old head. That sucks.
She did get some of her daddy.
Okay.
But if I'm showing you a picture that is obviously, you look stunning.
Okay.
Like it's a posed professional photo of this woman for an airline. And I say, wow. I mean, that's kind of creepy.
All right. No, it's all right. 252 WCMF. Let me do this. Let's do this.
Am I thinking about her while I'm banging her?
Nobody in the room would
that's
think
not
that.
what-
Not a single woman would think that you're thinking about her mom while you're banging her.
And that might be in her little, less than attractive head.
No woman
Are you
has
thinking
ever
about?
thought that in the history of the world. Unless there's women listening now who just thought that, you monster.
I didn't start this. She did, whipping out her promo pics.
Ladies that are listening, do you want to hear that your mothers looked beautiful back in the day? Do you want the man you're with to compliment the looks of mom? All right, so let's flip this a little bit.
Yeah.
How does this work out for men? Because men are way worse with throwback pictures than women are.
Yeah.
All of Facebook, right? Now is just pictures of old dads in short shorts and long tube socks back
Yes.
in high school.
Their fanny packs.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
would you compliment a guy's dad back in the day?
You know what's tough about, and I guess this kind of goes for men and women, like dads and moms of our generation. Like they looked older than they were.
Sure, I get what
So
you're saying.
even if I saw like a younger picture of them, like in their 20s or something, like I would still think they look like a dad or a mom. Like it's pretty rare that I'm like, wow, that's a good-looking dude or woman, because it's just they still have that 80s hair. It's just like
Trend fashion.
It's tough because I just see parents in those pictures.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Let me try and back it out again, because I'm sure your in-laws are around the same age as my dad. Graduated high school in 1981, right? So out comes a picture of him.
Yeah.
He's got her father.
Oh, her father, yeah.
He's got the T-shirt that's cut off right where the abs start.
It says, "Where's the beef?"
You see, you know where the beef is because you can see his abs right there. No sleeves on it, arms look good. He's wearing them like short-ass Laker girl shorts, right? What?
You can put your shorts.
I know.
I'm trying to give you an
Please
image.
put your.
I'm trying to give you an
We
image
don't
of
need
how
to
short the shorts
see
are. This
those
is where the
pale
shorts are made.
thighs.
Pale thighs, look the other way.
Hairy pale thighs. What we're looking at right now.
Hairy pale thighs sounds like a guy who shot a president in the 1800s. And then he's got the long tube socks. Look, you would be able to see through the 80s-ness. Would you feel comfortable telling your father-in-law that he looked hot back in the
I
early 80s?
wouldn't say that, no.
Why?
I wouldn't say, like, damn, you look hot.
What would
no.
you say? Same thing as Tommy. He's fishing for compliments.
I
Out
wouldn't
comes the
feel
picture.
like I had to say, are guys looking for that?
Are you kidding me?
That's all guys are looking for his compliments.
I guess my point is, how often do you look at an old picture of a guy and
I don't know. When's the last time you got on Facebook?
I can't picture a world where I could say that without sounding weird.
All right, let's say because all guys have like pictures from high school, right?
Mhm.
So let's say he played football.
Yeah.
And he's in his football uniform.
Yeah.
No
Look
shoulder
at him.
pads,
Yeah,
tight
look at
ass.
But now you're looking at a high school kid.
Yeah,
so-
well, we know you're into Owen Power when he was drafted, and he was like 17.
But you can say like, oh, you were a good-looking kid. You can say it. Women can get away with saying far
I would say,
worse
like,
things than
oh,
men.
how cute. I don't know. I don't
All right.
think I would. I'm just trying to find a way to say that without it, with it sounding natural.
So you wouldn't. I just find it weird that you couldn't admit that a man back in the day.
Because I guess I can't think of an example where I saw a picture and was like, damn, that's a hot future dad.
Never once in your life you were never attracted to your friends' dads?
No.
Not one time did you think a guy was good looking?
Nope.
No, because they were
Sometimes
just
you're surprised, like, oh, he wasn't bad when he had hair. You know what I mean? But you never think they're hot.
And a girl can get away with
pretty
saying,
rare.
Okay.
Girls can get away with more about talking about
Yeah.
in compliments than guys can, because guys aren't good at it, and guys are just horny creeps.
Well,
so like me saying that as some weaselly, bug-eyed Floridian comic sitting in her fancy Lexington, Kentucky home. I thought their house looked like a movie set out of the 70s, right?
Okay.
You know, it'd be like South Fork. You know, JR, boy, your mama was sure good looking back in the day.
Nobody
I would
got
have
that.
roped and ride her.
No, but you didn't even say Dallas. You said South Fork.
Yeah. People know South Fork. That's when Dallas was Dallas, bro.
Well, like back when that show was on?
Yeah.
That's when guys were walking around with
Yes,
their short
they
shorts,
were.
like right here?
Yeah, and those are the Cowboys.
Right. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. When do you want to talk about guys who are old but probably look great back in the day?
Who's that?
Well, number one.
Who's that?
Ramblin' Frank. Hey, Frank, how are you, brother?
Oh God! I just turned you on. I'm on the Parkway on my way up to the lake, and I'm going. I carry a picture of me in my wallet from 1980 when I really was hot.
Just to show people, Frank?
No, I don't show it to anybody, but once in a while I do if I'm high enough or sitting down there. Here, look and see what I look like when I was 33 years old.
I don't know why I find it so charming. You have a
Just to
phone.
look back on yourself.
No, you have a phone. You can keep it in your phone. You don't need the actual picture, Frank.
I carry it anyway. I'm an old man. What the hell do I know how to do what I'm doing? But anyway,
fair enough.
I gotta. If I see somebody, I don't care how old they are, I'm gonna tell the woman they're hot. My daughters think I'm crazy. They say, "Dad, you can't do that anymore. You can't tell somebody that they're hot. It's not right. Women don't like that anymore." I go, "What the hell do you mean? A woman likes to say, if I'm saying to Kimmy, hey, Kim, you're hot, man, or honey, you really are hot."
Well, you got cataracts.
This is, getting weird.
All right, Frank, I'm going to let you go. Take
One
advice of your
step
daughters.
too far,
Give
Frank.
me the call, Frank. Gimme. You're hot, honey. You're
Hi,
hot.
Yeah,
honey.
one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life, and I just remembered this, was a grandkid asking their grandfather, "Grandpa, were you ever handsome?"
Oh.
And they meant it innocently.
Yeah.
Because they're looking at some shriveled old
Right.
prune, thinking like, "Oh, were you ever handsome?" So to Frank's point, if he had that picture in his wallet, he could whip it out and show it to her. Like,
Sure.
yeah, at one time, nature had ravaged my body.
I wonder if that happens more with an older person, just because when you see a younger picture of them, they just look so different.
They're
you know what I
completely
mean?
different.
Like you're seeing a different person almost. So
Yes,
maybe
you
it's
are.
easier to say that you were handsome or beautiful because for some reason I'm not connecting the dots between the way you are now and the way you were then.
You're a completely different person.
Yeah.
I think you can also tell how attractive somebody was based on people their age. And because, like, you know, it's hard for someone like me to look at a woman over a certain age. And I mean, you could tell that maybe they were.
That they were were hot when they were young.
It's hard for me sometimes,
Yeah.
and I know the older I get, the easier it'll become because your eyes start to
You
change.
get old man eyes.
Exactly, right? But I don't know. Like I base it on how many old men are willing to hit on old women.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can still see what was there back in
Oh,
the
yeah.
day. You get what I mean? It's like having 3D glasses on.
It's for me like if I knew a woman when she was 30
Mm-hmm.
and I see her 65 now, I can still see that young face in there.
Okay, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing that just kind of shows up over time with the horny side of your brain.
Again, you
The horny
didn't have to
side.
say that last part.
You just said it's a weird thing that shows up, period.
On the horny side of your brain, boy. You got old man horny brain.
All right. Let's get out of this room and go to Bill's camp.
Okay.
Because that's where our good
Put your old man horny brains away.
That's where our good buddy Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan is hanging out. You can catch him on the Sports Bar 3 to 6 every single weekday. There was some fantastic news for Bills fans as camp opened yesterday.
Great.
One man who we were wondering, will he not be ready to roll? He's good.
Okay.
And losing him may have changed the
season?
Yeah, last season.
Oh.
And it happened early. We'll get
All
into
right.
that. We have to recap something we talked about this morning about Josh Allen and his hobbies compared to what other quarterbacks used to do. And why the hell, Kimmy, we're not? Where are the red helmets? Where are they? Everyone else is doing it right now. Everyone else is doing it.
What is that, throwback?
We'll get into it.
Gatekeeping.
Wait, what?
No, I was just gonna say they're like gatekeeping those helmets
Hmm.
because they've tried. Josh Allen tried to bring out the helmet once, and they immediately were like, "No."
And everyone got mad at Josh for like faking. We'll get into it next year in the break room on CMF. Done.
Oh, wow.
All set, ready to roll. You know what's funny? And I don't know if anyone else feels this way.
What's that?
Like when camp comes back, it feels like camp never left.
Oh.
Like I know there's like all this pomp and circumstance, but it feels like, oh, that was here yesterday, last year. You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, joining us live from Buffalo Bills training camp, brought to you by Ace Swim and Leisure, Chile Ave, Ridge Road and Webster, aceswim.com, and Maddie's Motorsports, locations in Farmington, Spencerport, and Dansville, Maddie'sMotorsports.com. Tommy, when you're feeling saddy,
what do I do?
Go see Maddie's.
Okay.
By the way, I just made that up because I thought it was fun. That's not
Very
a real
clever.
thing. I don't want them to get mad. Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him every single weekday. The Sports Bar, 3 to 6. How's it going, buddy?
It's going great. You know, and to your point, it feels like it never leaves because it hasn't. I mean, it's been a part of our community now for what, 24, 25 years, and you know, yesterday it all kind of came full circle. We had the chance to talk to the Bills COO Pete Goelli, the pride of Aquinas. That's for you, Duffy.
Thank you.
And he was a part of like the original crew that brought training camp here. It was just kind of fun discussing how far this camp has come and how it's been able to stay consistent here in Rochester. It really is like a part of what makes Rochester great.
No, one of my favorite parts of camp, like back in '99, was being able to turn on the radio and hear a short, fat man who was stealing food from the cafeteria at St. John Fisher with a mouthful like, oh yeah, a guy looks like a football player.
That's when the game was the game, son.
And you were eating sandwich after sandwich
Yes,
after
I was.
sandwich. All right, so Danger, as it gets to actual practice yesterday, great news for Bills Mafia. Matt Milano, linebacker, after missing almost the entire season with what looked like a broken leg. He's back, baby.
Yeah, he's back. There were no limitations. I mean, I can't remember a camp that has started with not at least one player on the physically unable to perform list. Milano was out there. The team is healthy. And aside from maybe a little tweak from Chase Claypool, who had trainers looking at him towards the end of practice, there really were no injuries to speak of on the field yesterday. I think Claypool is going to be okay. He didn't miss any time, and he didn't leave the field. So.
All right, look, I've got a lot of respect for you, Danger. We've known each other a long time. I think you're great at your job, but I have to. I let it go yesterday. I let it go. I can't let it go.
You don't want me to bring it up.
You keep like you did it yesterday, like, oh, no injuries, guys. Day 2, no injuries, guys. You're gonna, you know what you're gonna do, and I'm gonna hate you forever for it, and every Bills fan's gonna hate you forever for it.
I don't believe in jinxes. I don't believe in superstitions. You make your own luck.
Ah.
Oh, what are you doing, Titanic, Billy Zane? Shut up, Danger. Man makes his own luck. That guy drowned. That guy, no, he didn't. He blew his brains out at the end. But he died. He died.
No, he didn't.
No, it said, remember, I never heard from him again. I heard he blew his brains out.
Yes.
Oh, blow my brains
That
out
was
after
later
this
on.
conversation.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Danger, look, you have to admit, whether or not you believe in superstitions, it's not a good look to say that just in case, because people will hate you for it. I'm just looking out for your career, Danger.
All right. If that's what they hate me for, I guess I'm doing okay.
Okay. All right, so Tommy, we were talking about this morning. Kimmy, do we have the ability to play that audio we played this morning with
Yes, we
Josh? Okay. So yesterday, Josh had his first press conference, and, you know, it's all a love fest. He loves being here at camp. But Josh is different than what you would imagine a quarterback is doing in his spare time. This is audio of Josh Allen yesterday in his first press conference talking about what he and the boys were doing the night before.
I love camp. I think we all know that. It's my favorite time of the year. Get to hang with the boys in the dorm rooms, play card games. I won the inaugural Catan game last night against Dawson, Dalton, and Spencer, so make sure you let them know that. That was pretty sweet win.
So we had to explain to Tommy that Catan, what he says, Settlers of Catan, it's a cardboard game that involves like
global domination.
Well, building like a community and trading. Danger, is our quarterback a nerd?
That I'm not familiar with that game. Is that like a Risk? Like
Yes, you nailed it. It's like Risk, but without war. It's a watered down version of Risk, is what it sounds like.
So here's why I'm not as concerned. I mean, yes, to answer your question, yes, I think we do have a nerd. However, there could be worse things that he's doing with it, like less addictive games than Catan, right? Like if he was playing College Football 25 or
he might be doing
Call
that
of
too.
Duty.
He actually said in the press conference he did play College Football 25. But go on. I'm sorry. Go on.
He's so
now
disappointed.
I'm nervous. Now I'm nervous because that's an addiction. That could keep him up until 3 a.m. It's hard to turn off the console once you get going with that. But hopefully he's got a little more discipline than I'm sure. But that's the one that got Kyler Murray from the Cardinals in trouble. Remember, he was addicted to Call of Duty, and he spend more time playing a video game than he did with his nose in a playbook.
Well, the discussion we had this morning, Danger, because Tommy, we were drawing the parallels between Josh and his teammates playing Nerd Risk,
right,
which is just nerd. Risk is already nerdy, and like the quarterbacks from back in the day and what they would do.
Yeah, like name it. Those guys partied.
Jim Kelly, for example. You always like to tell that story. No, I don't want to tell it.
So when he was with the Houston Gamblers, Budweiser, because he was promoting them down in Houston, they gave him a year's supply of Budweiser delivered to his house. And he called Budweiser up in under 30 days saying, hey, I drank, and my boys drank that year's supply. We need another year's supply for next month. Like, those guys just party.
No,
they
I
had
get it.
girlfriends. And
I get it.
They were guys.
I understand. And you know what's amazing about that story, Danger? I've heard that story 5 times, all 5 only from Tommy Muley.
You don't think Jim drank him some beer during the season?
Sure.
Like when you read that book from Name It, the first thing he talks about from training camp was how cool it was that the bar was across the street in Long Island.
No, I understand. That's what I mean. Those
They were
guys
mad.
partied.
They smoked.
They were mad.
No, but they were like this.
So
sounds like
Josh is not a man.
not in this story. He sounds like a little boy.
Oh my
Like if
God.
you told me he
You
was
would-
out tapping every night and
You would not
boozing
say
and
that to his
smoking.
face.
Well, I couldn't get to his face unless somebody holds me up. But you know what I'm saying? Those guys sounded like regular guys. Like, they just the game wasn't. It was a different game.
Oh, here we go.
They didn't
Yeah,
train.
it was worse.
They didn't train like that.
Back when the men played the game, back when Vince
Bashing
Lombardi,
each other in the head.
Vince Lombardi died of prostate cancer because he wouldn't let anyone put a finger in there to check it out.
That's
Now,
right.
Like a man, like a man.
Like Reuben Brown
Don't
and
you
those
wonder,
guys.
though, like, what the potential was for those guys if they didn't do that?
I don't know.
Like, what they could have been doing on the field, maybe, if they focused more on other things?
So when Reuben Brown was here,
Just
Former
blew past
Bills
that
offensive
point.
lineman. Yeah.
no, but I'm saying, well, to your point.
Okay.
So Reuben Brown
Yeah.
would go on bike runs after camp,
Yeah.
which they would just go and hit bars with Wheeze and T and those guys from back in the day, and they would get them bikes, and they would just go on bike runs and come back to camp at like 8, 9 o'clock at night after they've been riding all afternoon, having fun, and then getting up and going
Yeah.
to camp. And that guy was a
All Pro Bowler every year.
Yeah.
I mean, Danger, to Tommy's point, we've been at camp, back and forth for about a decade now. Even in that short period of time, Danger, it has been insane to see the transformation of what the players were doing in their free time a decade ago compared to what these guys
It's
do now.
lame.
I think a lot of it is. I think a lot of it is under the cloak of darkness, though. Too. I mean, like we don't know how often Josh has taken his scooter over to Oak Hill to play around a golf and crack open some cold ones out there. I mean, like I know it's not the same as Joe Namath snorting a mountain of blow off of the chest of a hooker, but it's not that way anymore. But if that is happening, it's certainly happening under the cloak of darkness, and we'll never hear about it.
At his
Which
bar.
is almost impossible to do nowadays.
Well, not
to
if
do
it's on a
anything
scooter.
other.
Would you believe that Josh Allen was riding an electric scooter to Oak Hill to go have beers?
If I saw a 6'5" guy on a scooter, I go home. That couldn't be Josh Allen.
That's half a Penfield. My mom bought me this scooter because I made the volleyball team at college.
Sure.
I'm on the club volleyball team. Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him on the Sports Bar 3 to 6 every single weekday, hanging out live from Bills Camp. Danger, before we let you go, there has been a rash over the last 2 months of NFL teams debuting their new throwback jerseys. Jacksonville did it 2 weeks
How
ago.
far are they throwing back?
To their inaugural
But
season.
you don't want to go too far back in Jacksonville.
Bro, that was almost 30 years ago.
Wait, that franchise is 30 years old?
96.
Oh, my God.
Right? 95, 96. So Houston, they released some new jerseys. The Jets this week are going back to the original throwbacks, which is throwback from the throwback. Danger, where's the Bills' red helmet, and why are we not getting it?
Yeah, I'm staring at a current Bills helmet right now that's on a table across from me, and everybody asks this question every year at training camp. I think the question you need to ask is, what color will Josh be wearing? What color helmet will Josh sport during the blue and the red game? Because that feels like the tease. Every year it's Josh showing up out of the tunnel wearing a different iteration of the Bills helmet and getting fans even more juiced for the opportunity to have an alternate throwback jersey or an alternate helmet that they can purchase for their man cave. I don't have the answer to that, but yeah, I think the Bills do like money. So at some point, it's got to be an inevitability that we'll get what the rest of the league seems to be getting. And then there are teams that I'm sure view it as like, we don't really need that gimmick. We want to just focus on the tradition of our program and winning Super Bowls. But yeah, I'm with you. I think It's not a matter of if, but when.
But that's what's so weird to me, Danger, is you would think, look, Buffalo compared to other NFL franchises, we're a small market, right? You have the opportunity to capitalize on the excitement surrounding this team.
And y'all spend.
Oh, and I mean, a picture of Josh Allen, side by side with Jim Kelly, just wearing the throwback jersey and red helmet, that would sell a fortune. Yeah. I don't get. It's been 3 years now. The Bills have had the ability to do this if they wanted to. They're one of the only, if not the only NFL team, other than Green Bay, they normally don't do that stuff, that won't do these throwback stuff. I need an answer. And Danger, I need you to get that answer at some point this week. I need you to do that.
Here's what I do. So I name dropped Pete Coelho. We talked to him yesterday.
Yes.
I'm sure he's going to be tooling around here, and when I get the chance to corner him again, I'll ask him the hard-hitting question. Hey, man, when are we coming back with the red helmets? What's going on?
Here's how you're going to get a good answer. All right, I'm here to help you. Tell him Aquinas graduate Pat Duffy, star of the break room on 96.5 WCMF, wants to know when we're getting our red helmets back.
All right.
You're going to say it just like that.
Exact verbatim. I got it.
Mike Danger, Sports Bar 3 to 6 every weekday. They are live from camp while training camp is going on here on 95.7 The Fan. Who we got in studio or at camp with you today, Danger?
All right. As of right now, I understand we're going to be talking to Evan Washburn from CBS Sports. He'll be stopping by, and also
very handsome man.
Bills wide receiver KJ Hamler will be stopping by the Sports Bar, and we'll discuss his journey to Buffalo. Which this guy, second round draft pick of the Denver Broncos, Penn State star. And looking to latch on here with the Bills in any way he can.
Didn't we say KJ Hamler sounded like a sandwich you would buy at an Italian restaurant?
Yeah, I'm going to order one at the Bellas.
By the way, Evan Washburn, you know Evan Washburn. You've seen him. You don't know you know him, but you know him.
Okay.
Sideline reporter for CBS. Will you ask what he puts in his hair? Because it looks like it's chiseled out of granite.
Oh, is he the one that has that really good bangs? They look fake.
It's Lego hair. I mean, it's straight.
It looks like wax.
Straight up Lego hair. He takes it off at night. He puts it on his bedstand. He puts it back on in the morning.
It's a gelment.
A gelment?
Yes.
Dave's always a pleasure, buddy. We'll talk to you tomorrow?
Yep, we're here tomorrow. We'll talk to you then.
All right. Can't wait, buddy.
Thanks.
All right. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rap
The old Thursday Rappers.
For Thursday Break Room CF. Are you mad about a Pete Rose take that I thought sucked?
No, this is a new documentary on Pete Rose.
How many
It's
documentaries do you need to see on Pete Rose?
No, but this is like got some real bad
yeah, stuff you haven't heard before.
It's impossible. There's no way he did more bad stuff.
Really?
I know he dated
Is
teenage
he in
girls.
it, or is it
I
other people?
don't think he made this.
Okay. I read his autobiography where he didn't
Well,
bet
he
on
wrote the
baseball.
book.
I read his autobiography where he bet on baseball. I
Oh,
read his
I'm
biography
gonna watch
where
it
he
and
tried
enjoy
to,
it.
I read his biography where he tried to tell me how to hang my television. It's gonna suck, but you know.
He improved my putting.
All right, tomorrow's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh yeah. We're creeping out.
Yep, we got Creep Cat coming at you
You're
and a whole
welcome.
bunch more. But again, Mike Danger just runs his mouth so much. We are past the time where we're already supposed to be off the air, so we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who is okay with her quarterback being a nerd.
Yeah, nerd it up.
For Tommy Muley, who wants a drunken, sexy, shirtless man to be his quarterback.
Give me a coked up young man out on that field. Back in the old days.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.